What's up, data bankers? Happy rainy Friday. How y'all doing? I'm coming to you live from a new method of setting up this camera. I'm pretty excited about it. Turns out that Sony, the makers of this beautiful camera, have released a new piece of software that allows you to connect your camera to your computer using only a USB cable. Previously, I've had to HDMI output, put it into a capture card, turn the capture card into USB, and then turn that into the computer, right? So this has made it a lot easier. I think it's basically exactly the same, just like a lot less effort there. So I'll have to update my blog post setup so that people know that they don't have to buy a capture card anymore if they buy a Sony camera like this. It's pretty nice. It's good on Sony for making everybody's lives easier during COVID, right? So that's some good stuff. I hope you guys are all doing super well. For me, I'm doing pretty good. It's rainy here in New York, very rainy. And to be honest, my bathroom has a leak. So not the best news, but yeah. So there's this, I was kind of thinking it would be cool if I could have if I could connect my cell phone camera wirelessly to the stream. So then at this moment, if I had done that, I could have sort of walked over to the bathroom with my cell phone being like, all right, here's the leak. And then sort of shown off just how bad it is. Cause let me tell you, it's really quite bad. There's basically just a steady stream, a really thin but steady stream of water coming out of the ceiling, sort of down the wall. We fashioned a little bit of a funnel so that the water hits a piece of aluminum, and the piece of aluminum foil redirects the water into the bathtub so it doesn't get all over the floor. But gotta say, it's not a good situation. Told my landlord wants to put a new roof on. That's one of the landlord's projects. He's sort of I'm gonna put a new roof on one of these days, but it's been a year of that. So, it's a little bit suspicious. Anyway, so enough of that. I thought today we could just work on a little bit of, basically, right, the theme of the stream over the past little while has been observability, understanding the load on the database, and also sort of just understanding what load which query gives to the database, right? How do you take a SQL query, so complicated SQL, right? It does a lot of stuff. It's not just a single write sometimes. Sometimes it's a lot more than that. How do we sort of understand how much load each query is going to give to the database, right? And so last time we sort of looked at exposing this notion of optimizer estimated cost to the web UI sort of as an idea. And I think that didn't go super well overall. I think it wasn't received particularly well because it's true that the cost is this sort of unitless quantity that is sort of meaningless, right? Am I just, yeah, okay. I was oh my God, am my mic muted this whole time? It's not. But anyway, it's sort of this unitless quantity that can be really confusing for people to try to interpret. Even people who work on the database can be unclear what a cost really is. So I was thinking maybe today of looking at what it would be like if we broke up the optimizer cost into different components. I think part of the calculation of the cost is how much memory do we estimate a piece of the plan will use? How much CPU do we estimate a piece of the plan will use? And right now, I think that combination is done sort of eagerly, in a sense. We combine each of these quantities into the cost as soon as we sort of think of them in the cost. And I'll show you what this is like. Well, I'm also going to learn a bit how it works, because to be honest, I haven't looked at the coster too much myself yet. And it's the same with disk, right? We know, okay, we think we're going to be reading this amount from disk, but we sort of immediately turn it into this unitless cost. And I was thinking it might be kind of cool to try to think of this cost as a, multi-dimensional quantity that's only combined at the very end. So that's kind of the plan. Maybe we can look at that and see what it's like and see if it's even feasible. So yeah, let's dive into it. First, I'm going to close my door. You see that closet door in the background? I don't like how that looks. I'm just going to close that real quick. I don't want it to seem like just a goblin could pop out of the closet at any time, right? Anyway, yeah, let's kind of get into it, right? So the coster, it's a file that lives in the optimizer code base. Let's learn about it. Maybe, how's the volume on this guy? I think it's pretty good. That background music, pretty quiet. The coster is used by the optimizer to assign a cost to a candidate expression that can provide a set of required physical properties. If a candidate expression is a lower cost than any other expression in the memo group, then it becomes the next best expression for the group. Kina42, what's up? Welcome to the stream. We're learning about optimizer costs. The set of costing formulas maintained by the coster for the set of all operators constitute the cost model. A given cost model can be designed to maximize any optimization goal. This is like kind of an intense comment. You were looking already. Cool. Max aggregate cluster throughput. I mean, this is interesting. Like, it's kind of interesting that when we wrote this comment, we were thinking about the goal of having a cost model as something, a grand purpose, right? And to be honest, I don't think that we've really, The cost model in this file targets number 1 as the optimization goal, max aggregate cluster throughput. However, note that number 2 is implicitly important to that goal, since overall cluster throughput will suffer if there are lots of pending transactions waiting on I/O. It's pretty interesting. The question that I have is, so when you are designing your cost model, are you changing the inputs to the cost model, the estimates per operator, to be relevant to any one of these things? Or is it only at the end, in a sense, that we're turning these costs into something that reflects one of these, several of these parameters? I'm not exactly sure, but maybe we can find out as we read a little bit more of this code. Whoops. Okay, so coster is an interface so that different costing algorithms can be used by the optimizer. For example, the opseps command uses a custom coster that assigns infinite cost to some expressions in order to prevent them from being part of the lower cost tree. So this is kind of cool. So we have this interface. It's very general. It takes an expression and some physical properties. I'm not sure exactly why this is an input to compute cost, and it outputs something called a memo.cost. And a memo.cost, this is kind of the fun thing, right? The memo.cost today is a float 64. And I guess what I was sort of envisioning as an experiment would be to say, what if cost, cost2 was a struct? And what if cost2 had a bunch of different quantities, like estimated memory, or like maybe we could say memory cost. I don't know. I mean, I'm just making stuff up right now. CPU cost, disk cost, network cost, right? And then sort of at the end, we could try to say, right, would we want to sort of implement this? Would we want to implement these less functions on top of this thing? I mean, I feel like maybe. I think that it almost feels like we ought to have this memo.cost thing be an interface. Maybe that would be slow for other reasons, but you could conceivably do that, right? Does anybody really introspect the cost besides just saying less on it, right? What do we do to costs? We've got less and we've got sub. I mean, I don't know. Why don't we just go crazy since we're just experimenting right now? What if we said, type cost interface, and then we gave kind of did this, right? What would break if we did this, besides just sort of being a little bit inefficient? Well, of course, when we construct things, we would have to use cost impl. And I suppose we would need some notion of I guess we can sort of assume that the other cost in this case is always going to be a cost impl. So we could sort of assume that if you're operating on a particular type of cost, you are always comparing it with other costs of the same implementation type. So I guess we could say other, we could just sort of cast it. I mean, I think this is going to be inefficient, right? Because presumably this is, you got to make this run at some good speed. Sub other cost, it gives me back a cost like this. Cost impl. But what's kind of neat is that like the way that this is designed is that we could implement a whole other cost model using our new sort of more fine-grained costs. And I wonder what that would look like. So I'm going to try it out. So let's see, subtract. I guess here we just have to cast other to cast. Whoops, this is not right. It's got to look like this. I've got to say cost impl of C minus other dot cast to cost impl. Okay, so it's saying that, why is that not the case that we, for some reason, my cost impl is not implementing my cost interface, which feels surprising, but we can verify that with a little bit of the old type assertion stuff, right? It's the other way around. This needs to return a Boolean. Okay. All right, so here is our basic new thing. And I wonder if things will generally compile at this point. Hey, Rapusita, what's up? Welcome to the stream. All right, so, right. So there's a lot of problems here because what? We have a lot of definitions that expect to be outputting a cost, but cost is now an interface, so I guess we need to... This whole file implements a default coster. So I wonder if all of these things can be just assumed to, yeah, this coster, I guess, is probably the thing that we would want to re-implement. I mean, here's a question, right? Do I really want to go through this trouble, or do I want to just for now just edit the default coster, right? Do I want to copy the coster to make a fresh one, which will require redoing a whole bunch of crap? I think maybe for now, I probably want to avoid doing that because it seems like it would be a lot of effort. Really what I want, yeah, maybe we should just look at some examples first before we go crazy with like the way that we would do this. So for example, when we calculate the cost of a merge join, what do? We get the estimated count of rows from the left and from the right. Oh, and by the way, this is something that we need to think about too, because right now I believe we sort of understand the number of rows that an expression will give back, but we don't know anything about the size of the rows. And that's actually pretty important when it comes to, if we want to be calculating disk IO or memory cost, estimated, amount of memory that we would use to buffer a set of inputs, for example. If we wanted to do that, having just the row count on its own would not be enough.
Data banks.
Tycho-ish, what's up? Welcome to the stream. It's nice to see you here. I think I know who Tycho-ish is. But thanks for stopping by. I hope you're doing well on this rainy Friday. Right. Having the row count on its own, though, it's not really enough. And I think it's just that our statistics model doesn't quite have enough information yet for us to be able to estimate such things. I think that it's pretty important that we do that, though. That's another direction that this stream could go. we could try to, just since I'm thinking about it, like, what would it take to mess with this? I have no idea. Possibly quite a lot. Something called Statistics Builder. Which has a big ol' helpful comment, which is pretty awesome. Statistics Builder is responsible for building the statistics that are used by the coster to estimate the cost of expressions. Okay. Two kinds of statistics, table statistics and relational expression statistics. Table statistics are stats derived from the underlying data in the database. I think the question is, do the table statistics have enough information to tell us anything about the size of a row? Or is it really just the count? I think that's a question that I would love to answer. Large data bank time. Foss, what's up? Nice to see you. Make table statistics returns the available statistics for the given table. Derive lazily. For more details, see props.statistics. Oh yeah, right. So this was, of course, the struct that I was looking at in the first place. Just very curious how we get that count in the first place, right? Column statistics. I mean, I know that we have a whole set of code that iterates over a lot of data, or like all of the data in a table, and calculates some statistics on it. And I think that's how this is derived. I was just sort of wondering if I could quickly find where those things are populated just by following the code. And I think it's just that these numbers are used in so many places that I'm just like failing to find the right spot. But maybe it's kind of over here. And this is what I was just looking at. Where would this exist? It's a mystery. Is there something? Where does this stuff come from? Where does this stuff come from? This feels like I'm missing something very obvious. Okay, right. So this is what we were looking at. Returns the available statistics for the given table. Where, though, do they come from? Everything comes from nothing. Have you experienced some problems with count star of large tables? That is a good question. I wonder what you mean by some problems. Everything does come from nothing, in a way. All of the data is... I mean, where does the data come from? It comes from the user. Everything comes from the user. I think that's how I would phrase it. Tycho. All is user defined. Ah, table statistic. This is seeming pretty relevant. Table statistic proto. Row count. Okay, this is looking like something that is a little cooler. It's all users. It always has been. What's up, Alex Cavazos? It sometimes takes a lot of time. Do you have contention on your tables? Often, if there's a lot of other things going on in the database, it can be a lot slower to do a count star of your table. One trick that you can use in Cockroach is you can use as of system time, which allows you to read data in the past. So you could say as of, select count star from table as of system time minus 20 seconds, and that's going to avoid having to be contended with by other concurrent queries in your workload. So that's kind of a good trick. Time travel to the rescue. Yes, exactly. I think there's a pretty good cool blog post that we wrote about this. I guess it's like a little bit. Select witty subtitle from the future. I mean, it's a joke. We tried to make a joke. You got a little bit of a, doctor sort of situation going on here, which I think is pretty cool. But anyway, I'll just paste this into the chat in case you're interested, Raposita. And I think we do also have docs on it that you can Google for. The doctor. All right. So I'm just kind of curious, how bad would it be to just take like an average while we're doing all of this collection stuff, right? Stats cache. I'm still missing something though. Where do we populate this stuff, right? Where do we populate this stuff? Stats cache is where we populate it. Copyright strike. Yeah. Hopefully not. I think that would be a pretty egregious copyright strike. How many people and time did it take to roll out CockroachDB? I guess you mean maybe like starting, like writing it from scratch. Well, the project has been going on since about 2015 or so. I started working on it in 2016. I think it was like maybe a twinkle in its father's eye, so to speak, for a little bit before 2015. But yeah, so that's a sort of number. Quite a few people have helped work on the database, though. I don't think I know what the number would be. It's also confusing because the number of people working on it over time has increased. Okay, so where do we write this stuff though? Where do we write this stuff? Parse stats. Oh yeah, so we've got this other table. I'm kind of, why do we write it into a protobuf? That's confusing. Okay, so the data here is flowing in a pretty interesting way. We get the counts, the row count, the distinct count, the null count from an on-disk table called system.tablestatistics. And then we throw it into a protobuf for some reason. And I guess I'm wondering, why do we use a protobuf here? Because I just don't think that we actually end up serializing this protobuf anywhere as far as I know. So we write them to backups. Is that what it's about? Is that what it's about? So I guess when we take a backup of a database or a table, we serialize the statistics to a protobuf. I guess that makes some sense. Okay, whatever. I'm just not going to think about this too much. Easy to go down a terribly big rabbit hole, I think. So maybe let's go ahead and look at that system table I was talking about. So system.statistics, I think it was called. Thinking is always the problem. Tycho, you're full of like sort of these adages. I love it. This sage statements. Time travel to the rescue. Everything comes from nothing, and thinking is always the problem. You're like a modern day guru of some sort. System.statistics? Is that what I called that? Or was it system.tablestatistics? Hold on. What the heck was it called? parse stats, right? So who calls this again? Get table statistics. System.table underscore statistics. System.table underscore statistics. Okay. So there's something called a sample aggregator. Sample row. This is seeming pretty interesting. This is seeming like it might be pretty relevant. So I think, like, I do know that there is some code that gets run over every row in a table, and we use, or maybe it's just a sample of the rows in a table. I don't remember. It's probably a sample. And then we use that information to come up with these statistics. So the question is, what if we just added a very simple extra statistic, which is the average size of a row? Is the average the right thing? I don't know. I don't know. But I think that if I just make an average as a straw man, that might be a good place to start with this stuff. I don't know. So let's see what sample row does. Sample row, it has a stats.sample reservoir, a sample row, and a rank. What's a rank? Rank call? Maybe I have no idea what that's about. Not a clue. Sample row looks at a row and either drops it or adds it to the reservoir. Oh, interesting. So we don't actually even calculate anything about the row until later. That's actually nice for me, because it means that I can look somewhere else to do the work that I'm thinking of. Where do we do that work? We have our reservoir, and then what do we do with the reservoir later? Perhaps swim? Swim in the reservoir? Tycho, what do you think of my new facial hair? Compliments or insults accepted? Either. I've gotten both. Myself, I think that it's kind of bad. I've seen better. Okay, that's a good response. What do we do with this darn reservoir, huh? Is it get? Row sampling? No. Where do we do work on these rows? Where do we do work? Where do we do work on the rows? Is there an... Oh, you know what we can do to figure this out? Right, we can go back to our new stat thing. This is where we actually insert data, a statistic about a table into the database. So we should be able to see by looking at who calls this thing, how we actually get this stuff. Right, so here's distinct count. There's some top level methods that we do, such as si.sketch.estimate, and that gives us the estimated number of distincts for each sketch, whatever. Brohanster, what's up? Nice to see you. How is life as a, I don't even know, a pre-doctor, a doctor in training, a DIT? Sketch info. Yeah, so each of these sketches, right, are they about... Just kind of struggling to understand this still, for sure. Student is a fine word. It's all right. Did you see... Okay, school is school. Oof. Ouch. Did you see the latest Kyle Kingsbury... this thing? This thing was so good. This thing was like next level. I think that you hopefully... I mean, you're going to appreciate this as a PL person. I mean, what goes on in this post is just out of control. It took me... I mean, look, I don't understand. When I read these things, I like don't really get them, to be honest. I have to sort of skim and go back and sort of understand. But there's like multiple levels in this post. I feel like normally it's like one level. To like do some kind of crazy... write a language in order to solve the problem sort of thing. This is write a language inside of a language kind of thing. It's pretty out of control. Definitely recommend it. It's also like good fiction writing, I think. Yeah, it was on Hacker News the other day. I saw that too. I think that's probably how I saw it, to be honest. So what does it mean to have multiple sketches? Like, I don't really get what that means. Is it one per column? Sample aggregator spec is the specification of a processor that aggregates the results from multiple sampler processors and writes out the statistics to table statistics. The input schema it expects matches the output schema of a sampler spec. Sampled row columns, sketch columns. Guess I could look at sampler spec. Sampler spec is the specification of a sampler. Computes cardinality estimation sketches on sets of columns. The sampler is configured with a sample size in sets of columns for the sketches. It produces one row with global statistics, one row with sketch information for each sketch, plus at most sample size sampled rows. For each column with an inverted index, the following method is used to do reservoir sampling. We generate a rank
databank's too big.
for each row
I have
to
to narrow
just
down
a
the
random,
search.
uniformly
How are you gonna do
distributed
that? By
64-bit
guessing.
value. Real Mitchell, thanks for the follow. The rows with the smallest sample size ranks are selected. Hyperlog log. It's about counting distinct values. So I guess each sketch is supposed to be keeping track of how many approximate distinct values there are for each set of columns. I don't exactly know which sets of columns are passed in. Maybe it's like about the keys or something, or it's like for each index. That would sort of maybe make sense. For each index, the key columns of that index are sent to be sketched or something like that. But in either case, it sort of doesn't matter, I don't think, because this isn't what we care about. I think what we really care about is just keeping a big fat average at the... But is it inside of a sketch? That's what I don't quite get. Like, is there such a thing called a global... I think there was, right? I think there was some comment about that. There's like a global statistic row or something like that. One row with global statistics. One row with sketch information for each sketch, plus at most sample size sampled rows. So I guess I'm interested in looking at how this sample aggregator deals with these so-called global stats. I think that's what we want to look at first. Maybe. There are 4 kinds of rows. They should be identified in this order: inverted sample, an inverted sketch, a normal sketch, and a normal sample. Wait, but what about the global statistics? So confusing. Do I even... One row with global statistics. What is that about? Let's maybe read the code that... Do you think this is just an out-of-date comment? Because down here at the bottom it says there are 4 row types produced. Sample rows using column group 1. Sketch rows using column group 2. Inverted sample rows using column group 3, blah, blah, blah. So like these global... so-called global stats maybe don't exist. All comments are out of date. This comment is from 2019. This column is from 2020. Well, let's just see what it does. How about that? Comment code transactions. We actually store all of our source code in CockroachDB itself. It's sort of, this is the ultimate in dog fooding. We don't use Git, we just use Cockroach. Anybody believe me? Global statistics, including cardinality estimation sketch data. Give me that. Where is my global statistics? When is Cockroach coming out? Oh, FS. I sort of elided that word when I was reading it. When is Cockroach file system coming out? Good question. Maybe when you come back to work for us again. How about that? All right, I feel like I'm sort of spinning my wheels. This is a little bit confusing. I just want to figure out like, sample row. Retain the rows with the top ranks. Okay, sure, whatever. This is, oh right, so we were in this code already. This is where we actually take this. I think when we say sample row, it's like, this is a actual row from the table that we've decided to emit to this aggregator thing. Yeah, we've like definitely been here just like moments ago, I feel. So where's just like the row count, right? That's what I don't get. Where's the like big old row count? Where is that at? si.num rows. Isn't that what this is? Insert new stat. It takes row count, distinct count, null count. Those are the last 3 values. Row count, distinct count, null count. But what's kind of weird, okay, I think I've identified my like true source of confusion here, which is that like this num rows thing is done on every sketch. But what I was confused about is that each sketch, I thought we do multiple sketches per table, right? So it's like, why, or do we only update it? No, it kind of seems like we just do it all the time. So it's like a little bit of a duplicate accounting or something, but I suppose it doesn't really matter. So like out of curiosity, when we go to use this thing, like which sketch do we get it from, right? We do it on every sketch? Am I still confused? I feel like the answer is definitely yes. Okay, so when we insert these statistics into the database, what are they sort of scoped by, right? We say there's a table ID. Okay, why don't we actually just go ahead and see show create table system dot statistics, or table statistics, right? Primary key is on table ID and statistic ID. That's kind of interesting. So out of curiosity, why don't we just like play with this a little bit, right? Let's make a create table A int, B int, C int, D int, primary key A comma B, index on D. Let's insert a couple of rows.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Let's make a little bit of variety. Yo, D Hanizel and Barbatul, thanks for the follows. So we'll insert it 10,000 rows. Oops, what did I do? And I think the way that this works is that this statistic collector is going to run periodically. So I think if I just wait a few seconds, since there's nothing else happening on this database, somebody will have inserted some data into this table statistics thing. So let's look at that. Select count star from system.table statistics. What's in there? Nothing. Mystery. How do I, oh, are stats disabled in this demo thing? That's probably what it is. Okay, we have to not use this demo thing. So we'll make a real node. You can use analyze table name? I didn't know that. Let's go back and do it that way then. We'll make our table, we'll insert our data, just analyze? What the heck? Wow, I didn't even, this is like the first time I'm seeing this. That's actually super cool. I don't know why I didn't know that. Okay, so we've got 5 statistics now. Why do we have 5? So like, I was sort of expecting that we would see like 2, I guess, because we have 2 indexes. This is in fact Grubbox safe to type. So if I say select star from table statistics, what do I get? Okay, I get a lot of crap. I guess that makes sense. Wait, so let's do show create. Oh God. Oh no. Everything is. All right. We're gonna try it again. Hopefully that won't happen to us. I think I have some like crazy stuff in my scroll back. So if I use Control R search, it gets like really unhappy. Show create system.table statistics. Okay, so what we have is table ID, statistic ID. Let's just do like select table ID, statistic ID, column IDs, row count, distinct count, and null count from system.table statistics. Okay. So it kind of seems like what we've done here is we've made a statistic per column and a statistic per index. Well, just for the primary index. What happens if we say create index on A of like B comma C to give like another multi-column index? Do we get a new, and let's run analyze again. Do we get a new statistic? Okay, so one thing that is interesting that I'm noticing is that we get a new set. We don't delete the old ones for some reason. Don't quite understand that. But indeed, it does look like we have a new... So maybe the idea is that we have a statistic per column and a statistic per multi-column index. That would kind of make some sense, I guess. Can you use the new proto to JSON function to inspect it? Yeah, probably. Select CRDB internal dot, what is it? Proto to JSON. Does this even work? I don't know. Histogram from system dot table statistics. Proto, what is it? Proto to, forget what we call that thing. Proto? Wait, built-ins. PB to JSON. And it takes a PB name and a data. Okay, so I have to give it a protobuf name somehow. And what is that name gonna be in this case? I guess it's gonna be, this is gonna be complicated. I think I'm just gonna not do this because I don't care. It's just like this histogram thing, which I don't really need to know about. Okay, so anyway, like I think the point is that we just like store extra stuff in here. And what we really, average row size, it's gonna be different depending on the index, right? Because if we're talking about the primary index, we're gonna have all of the rows in, or sorry, all of the columns represented in this average. If we're talking about a secondary index, then we're only gonna have some of the rows represented. So I don't know. Basically, I just don't know much. But just as a, why don't we just like try something out, which is that we're gonna add to our sketch info just an average mean row size or something. Maybe we would want to have this be, oh yeah, wait a minute. It's like, speaking of this mean stuff, like where does the histogram get stored? Is it just sort of next to these sketches, or does that only happen in the aggregator? It's probably only later that we calculate the histograms. Yeah, I think I saw right here. Generate histogram. So I kind of wonder, like, the reason that we have a sampler at all is that it's expensive to try to figure out how many distinct values there are in a table. Because to do that, you know, you'd either have to have an order or you'd have to have them all in memory. But the question is, like, is it too expensive to just, you know, accurately calculate the average size of all of these things? I guess I just don't know. I'm guessing no, right? Like this sampler thing, it does like literally read every row, doesn't it? It just only keeps some of them. For each sketch, we add the row. Jay Phils, what's up? How are you? I'm like, I don't know. There's a lot going on here, for sure.
Data banks throughout the world.
By Michael, thanks for the follow. Definitely a lot going on here. I think the truth is that we don't need to do this on every sketch, right? There sure is a lot of code in your code. I think that yo, root guy, what's up? We're looking at the statistic collector, the statistic sampler. Okay. Where do we do this calculation of the, yeah, it's this guy, number of rows. Why do we do this once on every row? That just doesn't make that much sense to me. It just kind of feels like it's unnecessary, right? Unless there's some difference for inverted indexes, which I suppose is possible. Let's do a quick little demo of that. Create table B, A int primary key B array. Wait, how does this work? Yeah, it's like array of int inverted index of B. What? How do I do this again? Like this. Okay, then I say insert into B values 1 array 1. Oh gosh. All right, so then I say analyze B. Then I get to say this thing. Yeah, we still have this. Wait. What was the purpose of doing that again? I think what I actually want to do is like this or something, and then so I'm going to pin the thing inside of the inverted index, but vary the other thing and see what the difference is there, maybe. It's kind of the same. What kind of switches? I've got a whole thing on that. What's up, Kenzo Dev? It just feels wasteful to store all of these row counts. I mean, I guess it just doesn't matter. I guess it just doesn't matter. Jay Phils, what are you up to on this Friday? I heard that the weather out on the West Coast is really good these days. Is that right? Is that right? I feel like what we want to do is do it here. This is where we get to do things once, right? So it's kind of like, okay, here's the thing. Browser is dying, rip. How's the stream? It's going pretty good, dude. Thanks. The best, yeah, I was talking earlier that the best technology up that we've got right now is the fact that Sony cameras, you don't need to use a capture card with them anymore. They just like updated their drivers so that you can have like regular USB webcam stuff coming out of the camera. So I can use my capture card for something else now, which is exciting, which means that I guess I could stream myself playing games or whatever with the fancy webcam both at the same time. It's pretty sweet. I was thinking of maybe playing some Hades after this whole situation goes down, maybe. It's a heat wave? Dang, dude. Dang. All right, so here's what I'm thinking, actually. these sketches are about pairs of columns. So maybe what we really want to do is actually have an average size of the data in both of those columns, or like in all of the columns in the sample. Then you'd have a lot more fine-grained of an understanding of how big these columns are, which could be kind of cool. Onboarding at the job. Nice. So let's try that. You know, why don't we do it? Fast path for integers. If use fast path. Oh, only if there is an integer.
Data banks, data banks.
Jul Narot, thanks for the follow. And I don't know how to pronounce that one. Aya Turk JLKS, thank you for the follow as well.
The computer's hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Let's call this use int fast path. So I think what we'll do here is, right, we added our mean row size, and I guess this is not mean row size, it's like mean data size. Mean data size contains the average size of the data in the columns that this sketch comprises. How about that for a comment? I'm just going to add a comment here because this confused me the first time I saw it. A sketch info is scoped to a set of table columns. Each value in it is, how do I say? Summary of information about data in those columns or something like that. I don't know. Whatever. I think this is going to help me if I come back to this again and I don't have all this context. So I'll add it. Okay, so let's go ahead and populate this thing then. If we're using this integer fast path, then it means that we can say s.mean data size. Oh yeah, and here's another question, right? It's like, in the case that it's an integer, we don't need to change it ever, right? It's like always going to be the same size. It's sort of a fixed, ooh, you know, this is also sort of problematic, isn't it? Like each column sort of has a notion of fixed size versus non-fixed size, doesn't it? And so it's sort of like we don't want to spend any effort estimating the size or like counting the average of a fixed size column. So maybe we sort of want to pre-populate some of this stuff earlier, something like that, right? Like when do we actually set these things up in the first place? In those cases, we probably just want to set sketches. So we're making a new sketch info. No bitmap, what's going on? Hello, thanks for this. Thanks for the hello. Hope your Friday's doing good. Cool. Yeah, come back. We're doing optimizer. We're learning about the optimizer statistics. We're thinking about adding estimated data size to this statistic stuff so that we can make costs more multi-dimensional. That's the proposed idea. Column width, yeah, average column width. The sort of pinning idea, or like the goal, is that I would like it so that costs could have units inside of them instead of having a single integer necessarily, right? You would also be able to say the optimizer has estimated that this plan will take 10 CPU units, 100 memory units, and 5 disk units or something like that. I don't know how feasible this would be at all, but it's just I'm kind of playing with it. That's kind of what we're looking at. I don't know. I don't know if Postgres has it. I wouldn't be surprised. I guess, yeah, like, yeah, right. It's got some, does it? I don't know. Does Postgres have such a thing? So yeah. Let's just check. So if I said explain select a plus 3 from a, what do I get? I think it just gives me a cost. It doesn't give me 5 dimensions that they flatten into a single cost at the very end. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that's sort of what I was thinking of doing as well. That's cool to know that. I mean, it makes sense that there is other people who do such a thing, because I think it's just, you lose a lot of information the way that we do it in Cockroach, I think. But anyway, so I think, right, like when we initialize these things, I would really like to figure out, oh man, do we not have the data types though? Oh, I think we do, right? We've got this index descriptor, and I think hopefully using this index descriptor, we can figure out the data types of these columns, I think. If we don't have the data types, that would be pretty bad. What is out types? Seems good. Wait. Let's also go back to our fast int path, right? Wasn't there something? Int fast path? Fast path? What happened? Use int fast path. Types of call. Okay, so we have it right here. I was just sort of blind for some reason. Where do we get this types from? Out types. Okay, great. So out types is 1-to-1 with the row, it looks like. Right? We're looking at the, if we, for each column in the spec, we ask for the conf value in row and the conf value in types, and those two things are sort of correlated. Okay, so that's good. So then I think back up when we're doing this initialization, we should be able to do kind of the same process, which was, where was that again? Over here. And at this point, do we have those? Yeah, where do we get those types from again? Out types, here it is. In types? Out types?
The computer's hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Yo, Black Zillion, thanks for the follow. s.outtypes. And this is populated where? Oh, okay. Whoa, this is kind of wacky. I'm not going to look at that too much. It seems scary. So it's in types that I'm caring about. All right. So I guess we basically say if, do I work half days on Friday to stream P4RI? I think the answer to that question is that this is part of my work day. Since I consider this like a DevRel activity. And so I think that this is part of work for me. We do have this pretty good policy at my workplace in which Fridays can be used in a flexible way to do sort of work that is relevant, but sort of more of your choosing, almost like a Google 20% time sort of thing. So, you know, it fits into different dimensions. I like to do this on Fridays because most of the time I'm a manager at work. And so most of the time I don't really program for my job. So this is part of my programming outlet. It's also DevRel. It's also kind of fun. I don't know. Those are my reasons. Not sure if that Makes sense, but makes sense for me. So really what we're going to do is we'll say for j in range spec dot sketches of I dot columns. We'll say if in types of j dot right. And so here is where we get to see if there's like a, what is this size, right? Size of this type. Okay, that's not what we want. What I really want is like a way to get whether this is a fixed size type or not, which I thought we had that somewhere, didn't we? Is it width? This isn't quite right either. Could have sworn that we had something about like this is a fixed size type or not. Maybe not. Maybe it's just everything, like there's so few. No, I think there's got to be something like this, right? So we've got these families. Do families have a fixed size or non-fixed size attribute? I don't think so. I think that we do this somewhere though, right? Like if I think of the PG catalog table that has information about each of the types, I'm like fairly sure that we talk about whether things are fixed size or not. Is it this type len? So datum type size, tree.datum type size gives me back a bunch of interesting information. So I think that's what I want to use here. Datum type size returns a lower bound on the total size of a datum of the given type in bytes, including memory that is pointed at, but excluding allocation overhead. So I feel like this is not, it's like half of what we want and half of something that we don't care about. But the most important thing is it has this varlen thing. Base datum type sizes. I think what we probably want to do is just have another function for this. Datum type varlen that takes a types.t and just returns the whether or not we're fixed size. Datum type varlen returns whether or not a type, we'll say returns true if the type is a variable length type. Oh, you know what a kind of annoying problem is though? We have to be pretty careful about whether we're going to be thinking about how big a value is on disk versus how big a value is in memory, because integers, you know, even though we have fixed size integers, like a 64-bit integer will always be represented as a 64-bit integer in memory. On disk, we actually have a variable length encoding for that value.
Hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
For like, I don't know, questionable reasons probably. I sort of wished we had a fixed length encoding for integers on disk, but we don't. And so that sort of means that like maybe this whole thinking is invalid and we sort of want one for disk, one for memory. I don't know. Yo, King Fu and Goldbutt, thanks for the follows. I think that for now, like you, it just kind of stinks that you can't just reuse, like they're not the same. feel like ideally it would be so much easier if I could just give a single estimate, and that would be usable for in memory and for on disk, but I don't think I can. I think for now, let's just bias towards in memory, and then we can just move on with our lives otherwise. Variable length. Yeah, it's fine. And so we'll just return base datum type sizes of t dot variable. Guess we probably want this too. Why is there like special cases and stuff in this? Actually, you know, maybe we don't even need this new function at all, because this thing doesn't really do that much work, and it sort of seems like we should just keep it as a source of truth. So I'll just use this old function, datum type size. That's fine. So we'll say datum type size of in types of j dot, well, that's it, right? So we'll get this back as size, comma, var len is equal to this thing. And it gives me back is var len bool, right? I mean, it's just, yeah, like this is just, it's just going to be sort of inaccurate is the annoying thing. We just, we probably just want another map, right? Like we sort of want, like essentially when we call unsafe.size of on this dint thing, it's going to give us back something that's bigger than 8, because it's like, well, what will this give us back? Actually, don't really know. What do we call this thing anyway? We do actually call it here. So type len. Okay, cool. So I can actually just introspect this for all of our types right now by saying select, I think it's like tip len from pg catalog dot pg type, right? And I guess we want to say tip name. Okay, so for example, a float 4 has 4 bytes. So that seems like actually pretty good. Float 8 has 8 bytes. Int 2's got 2 bytes. Okay, never mind. I take all back my my fears, and I think this is actually going to be great. So what we want to say is if not varlen.
Data banks.
Yo, Godutus, thanks for the follow. We'll say s dot sketches of I is equal to size. No, dot mean data size equal to size. And I guess we also sort of want, what does this give me back? A uint pointer. That feels super random, but whatever. And I guess we might sort of need an indicator here that says whether or not to try to calculate this information. Oh, you know what's actually, no, we're not quite done, because each sketch might have multiple columns in it. So what I think we need to do is, yo, Orianok, what's up? This is in fact something to do with the database. We're working on, this stream is mostly about a database called CockroachDB, which you can read about more if you follow the information here. But what we're doing right now is we're working on an experiment to see whether we can improve the cost model that tries to estimate how expensive a query is to run based on various information. So what I'm doing right now is experimenting with the idea of also keeping track of the average size of each column on disk, so that later in the cost model we can estimate how much memory a query will have to use based on not just the number of rows it has to process, but also the size of each of its columns. That's kind of the project. I don't know how far we're going to get. This is not code that I know very well, and we're just sort of messing around. Generally, what we do on the stream, to be honest. So I think what we'll need to do is say like var, we'll say found varlen data type is equal to false. And we'll say if varlen, then found varlen data type equals to true. We'll say s.sketches of I.mean data size is equal to 0. So we'll reset this thing. And then we'll break. Otherwise, we will sort of plus equals the mean data size. And I guess what we probably want here is just like, do we want a Boolean? Do we need one? I think we do. So we'll say calculate mean data size bool. Or, you know, we'll just, how about we just say like fixed data size is true if the data, if the columns in the sketch are all fixed size and therefore don't need to be don't need their sizes estimated or whatever. Seems good. And so then we can actually say
the data bank's too big. I have to narrow down the search.
How are you going to do that?
By guessing.
Fixed data size. Hey Zoo, thanks for the follow. So I think we can say here like if found varlen data type, not found varlen data type, then s.sketches of i's dot fixed data size is equal to true. Something like that. All right. Okay, so that's the simple thing. I think that's been taking us quite some time to get this right, but we're just learning about how the code works, so I'm gonna give us a pass. And then down below where we do this row count plus plus thing, I think this is probably where num rows plus plus, I guess, where we, so if use int fastpath is true, then we know that this like fixed size thing is going to be true, so we can just ignore it. Basically, it's like if we don't have this fast path and we,
the data bank's too big. I have to narrow down the search.
How are you going to do that?
By guessing.
hey, Orionok, thanks for the follow. So for each of these columns, oh yeah, so how do we keep a mean exactly? I don't know how this stuff works. Isn't there like some way to keep like a rolling mean? We have the number of, I guess what we do is do we multiply? Does anybody know how to do that? Should I just Google it? Rolling mean. That's not what I mean. What I mean is like, yo, Yoda Droid, how's it going? A Hawker, thanks for the follow. Basically, like what I'm saying is I want to keep a mean. Let's just, I guess we can just do an example. Like if I go to my sketch info, I've got this mean data size and I've got num rows. And I think the idea is that like I want to make it so that I store mean data size and I need to be able to update one of these things on each row. I need like it's just like a streaming mean essentially. That's pretty basic, isn't it? Like that's not a complicated thing. I just don't know how to do it. For example, we could, because the mean is right, we're adding each value in the big list and then we divide by the number of things in the list, right? So if we're doing that one at a time, Do I just maybe, because I don't think it would be good to just sum everything because I think it would overflow pretty quick. How does that work? What do people usually do for this? I don't know. Well, then hold on a minute. Does it make any sense that this would overflow? So like, we're keeping track of the number of bytes, and I think an int64's worth of bytes is a lot of bytes, so we probably won't overflow. So maybe what we actually want to do is like total data size here. And then that way we don't have to like mess around with doing an average until the very end. Let's do that. Oh, and then you know what we can actually do is change this fixed data size to be our int64 is set to the fixed size of set to non-zero if the size of the data in the columns in the sketch is fixed. And therefore doesn't, therefore, I guess there's no therefore really. What's up, C Films? I'm doing pretty good. Thanks for asking. No. How do I say this? I'll just fixed, so we don't have to calculate the size of each datum in the columns at sample time.
Data banks, data
How about
banks,
that?
data banks.
Hey, thanks for the follow, C Films. Total data size is the sum of the size of all of the data in the columns that we've seen so far. How is Golang? I like Golang quite a lot. Have you used it before? I've been using Go for like 5 years at this point, so I guess I'm pretty used to it from a language perspective. There's some good things, there's some bad things, but overall it's a very good language. So here we get to simplify this whole thingamajigger, get rid of all of this stuff. And then when we actually go down to our sampler, we get to say here, C Films is a web development. That doesn't sound right. So we can say if s dot fixed data size is not equal to 0, or is equal to 0, the columns in the sketch have at least one non-fixed data type. So we want to sum up, want to calculate I don't know, want to perform the data size sum. So we'll say s dot total data size plus equals datum dot size, basically, right? I think this whole thing is pretty sketchy, but we can work on fixing this at another time. Is it normal to write this many comments for myself and peers? In this code base, yes. I just think that it's pretty hard to come back to code that isn't well commented. But obviously it depends on your opinion. I think for a code base that's complex, it's pretty important to have comments. Okay, so we've got our new information here. The question is, what do we do next? I think, well, there's something about inverted sketches, which I'm not too sure about yet, but besides that, what do we do when we get to this thing? Process sketch row. I still don't get the difference between sketch row and sample row, honestly, but I don't think we have to worry about that, maybe. I have not done PHP. Yeah, I don't know what CFilms is up with. CFilms is writing in the third person, which I find kind of hilarious. I think that you should try Go. Why not? I think I've got to figure out what the deal is with these sort of special columns. Yo, Haratalk, it's going pretty good. Thanks for asking. I think basically I've got to add more of these special columns, which feels pretty gross, honestly, but like, I don't know. I think the way this is working is that, like, maybe I'll just pass on a single new column, which is the data size call. I really don't like the way that this is set up. Honestly, it's so brittle. CFilms is the developer of cfilms.com. 6 degrees of Seattle. I'm not a Seattleite, but this looks like it's probably relevant for Seattle lovers. I really don't like how this is set up, honestly. It's so sketchy. I think that there's also going to be problems with this cross version, right? Like, what if this processor gets instantiated on a node of a different version than the sampler? I feel like something is going to get screwed up potentially, but it's not for me to worry about right now. Large data bank cooking stream when? That's a good question. Faust, I was thinking, do you know if it's possible to like get your like video from your phone wirelessly connected to OBS? Because I think it would be pretty funny. Like, I really wanted to show you guys something. Like, I have this egregious leak in my bathroom that I wanted to complain about, and I thought that it would be cool if I could just like walk over there, like having the video sort of be connected to the stream. That would be pretty awesome. But I don't know how to do it. I haven't really investigated it, honestly. Can you use a Postgres client to talk with Cockroach? Yes, Munzi, you can. You can. Sorry. Ooh, yeah, it's exciting, isn't it? I mean, there's some like limitations, for sure. It's sort of like there's a couple of things that can get you, like in the cases where it matters, we've added like adapter code and stuff like that. You could use WordPress plus Postgres and attach to Cockroach. Yes and no. Okay, so like there's some potential issues with that just because like a lot of the time, for example, if WordPress support, uses like full text search or something like that. We don't support full text search yet. So you might end up with problems there. It really just depends on like the use case and like what else is going on. Sorry, I just really need to plug my phone in because it's sort of dying. It's causing me grief. Okay, my phone is charging. You have a Cockroach cluster running and you want to use it more? Yeah, you should try it out. I mean, I think that WordPress is pretty complicated, and often if people are using Postgres stuff, it means that like they're going to be using a lot of fancy Postgres features. So yeah, it's like possible that you'll run into problems. In fact, I'm pretty sure you will run into problems with Postgres. I mean, with WordPress. I think that's just, I'm pretty sure that somebody's tried it before. If you Google it, I bet you'll find something. But anyway, I don't know. Try it out. Let us know. Did my neighbor get sick or injured or something? Well, I live in New York City. New York City has a lot of ambulances, so I don't think, well, I don't know. I guess I'm sort of used to it.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks.
Right. Okay. Let's get back to this stuff. Yo, Shuhu, thanks for the follow. We're adding our new integer column. Let's call this the data size column. I really don't like the way that this is so brittle, but don't know what to do about it right now. Okay, so once we outrow, emit the sampled rows, emit the inverted sample rows, emit the sketch rows. I think we need a new thing here that says outrow s dot data size call is equal to dint of si dot. Right, so here I guess we've gotta like, we sort of want this. We sort of want to say like if si dot fixed data size is not equal to 0. Is there any point to this? Should I just like count all of this stuff all of the time? Yo, Roni Macaroni, what is going on? Should I just get rid of this fixed versus var length? I think I probably will. I don't think that there's any point. It's just so cheap to calculate the size of these datums, I think, isn't it? Like, how expensive is this operation? If we have, and it usually just does this. Otherwise it runs this, and this is like a interface call, so it's got to do some stuff. But then it's also pretty fast. I don't know, maybe I just get rid of that. Maybe I just get rid of that. In any case, we add our new data to the outrow, and then back in the aggregator, we've got to read it. So where does that come into play? Sort of like, it's sort of like, numRows call. Where do we use this? It's over here. Process sketch row. I think it's basically like row of or data size error is equal to row s dot data size call dot get int. Half of New York lives in New York City. Is that right? I don't know. New York City's a big place though, for sure. I guess it wouldn't surprise me. Sketch dot total data size plus equals data size. Why do I have a split keyboard? It's because of the ergonomics. It's like, for me, it's more comfortable. I think I was getting some wrist problems, you know, with the non-split. So I eventually got like a ergonomic one, and the split one I like even better. So that's the reason. I think I'm going to get rid of this fixed data size concept altogether. I spent a lot of time on it, to be honest, but like, I just don't know. Doesn't seem super useful. Because I think it's just already going to be fairly cheap. Let's just comment this out for now. I'll put a to-do. Remove before committing this. Okay. So once I've aggregated this stuff, what did I do? Once I've aggregated this stuff in the aggregator, what happens next? It looks like, oh yeah, we use it in this insert new stat thing. And I think that this is the next thing that would need to change, right? So we have row count, distinct count, null count. And I guess the question is, do we want a sum of the size? I feel like maybe we do. Like, why bother having an average when you can just have a complete sum? Is that better or worse? I don't know. Why don't I just try it out? I'll just put like data size in 64 and see what happens. It's gonna be sort of funny, I think. So here we'll say int 64 of statistic dot, right? And so we've got to actually change this thing next, which I guess means modifying this file. So it's table statistics.proto. First things that somebody should know about Golang, I guess I would probably say that it's a garbage collected systems programming language that is high level-ish like Python, but lower level because it gets compiled to actual runnable machine code and is not interpreted. It also has concurrency primitives that are sort of like green threads called Go routines. What does what mean? Simplify your answer. I think it's a compiled, garbage collected systems programming language. Okay, so I'll need to recompile these proto buffs now. So hopefully now I'll have this new thing, data size, in my statistic. And then when right, so I guess we'll also need to change what's inside of this table. Is Go weakly or strongly typed? It's strongly typed. What's up, Hashi Nova? If I need to figure out how to, I think I need to make like a migration if I wanted to change this table. Wouldn't I? Does white space matter in Go? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Introduced in 2.0, baked into 2.1. You were just thinking of deploying CockroachDB, is that right? What's the use case? I'm very curious. Keep coming back to this window for no reason. Where does the definition of this thing come from though, right? It's like, don't get it. Don't get that. I don't think it's this because this is just used inside of a test. Oh, is it? Maybe it's just that like the actual definition doesn't have system in the same string or something like that, and that's why
computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Yo, Adel Font. Thanks for the follow. I'm assuming that's how to pronounce that. A highly available instance of Grafana
computers
needs
hooked
a
into over 1,000 data banks
Postgres-compatible
throughout the world.
database. That is interesting. I wonder, Grafana, I think is, we were just talking about something similar to this actually, which is like some of the time these really big projects, Grafana, WordPress, etc., that use Postgres end up using a lot of really complicated Postgres features, and we don't support, I mean, important to know, Cockroach is not fully compatible with Postgres. There's lots of Postgres features that Cockroach does not have and vice versa.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout
for example,
the world.
The example I used before was full text search. I'm pretty sure WordPress probably wants full text search inside from Postgres, and you know, Cockroach doesn't support that. Grafana may also need full text search, so I would definitely, you know, look into that. I'm sure you'll find out pretty quick one way or another, but yeah, I think theoretically it's a great use case, but I do worry a little bit that you'll run into some issues with these applications that are specifically developed for Postgres, you know, over the years. Hey, Thanon and Kiwi Fruitbird, thanks for the follows. Appreciate that. Okay, so this thing though, right? Tables introduced in 2.0 added here for 2.1. I think the idea is that, yeah, it's definitely worth a try. I completely agree with you. I think the idea with this is that this definition here is used when people make an entirely fresh database. And I'll also need to make a migration that changes the existing table statistics database to include a new column. So I'll put both of those, I guess. Data size, ID10, types, ints, nullable, true. Oh yeah, presumably, because it looks like we did the same thing for histogram, maybe. Maybe not though. So there's all these migrations. I think I want to make a new one at the very bottom here. Yeah, tor.golang, that's such a great link. Thanks for providing that, Faust. Whoops.
Data banks, data banks.
Add column, data size int. Hey, thanks for the follow, Hashi. Okay, so then coming back to our migration, we can set the work function to be this new thing. Alter system, table statistics, add data size. All right. So now that that's done, I think here we get to say data size. Wait, did I misspell it? I think I called it data size like this when one place in with an underscore somewhere else, didn't I? Yeah. That won't do. Let's make this backticks. Make this double quotes. Okay. One big gotcha in SQL, if you're new to SQL, is remembering that these column names are case insensitive unless you add double quotes around them. It's a big annoying gotcha. Both for all of the object names in SQL.
The data bank's too big.
Column names,
I have
table
to narrow
names,
down
schema
the
names,
search.
database names. They all
How are you
need
gonna
double
do that?
quotes if you have
By guessing.
mixed case. Hey, Proxy King, thanks for the follow. All right. So we're doing our insert new stat, and there's a new thing to insert, which is the si.total data size. Yeah. Is that? All right, we also need to actually include the thing. So that's gonna be down here. We'll add data size like so. Oh yeah, and we had messed with this coster thing. Let's like undo all of these changes. We were trying to do too many things at once in the beginning. This is typical. We were trying to change what cost meant to be potentially an interface, blah, blah, blah. Let's just like undo some of this stuff. Let's just copy this down here. Call this cost interface. Then we'll just kind of get rid of this over here, get rid of this. Can come back to this stuff later. Just undo it. All right. So I think what we should do now is probably just like compile this thing and see what happens. My guess is that it'll probably just like completely explode or something like that because I've missed something, but it's always a good time to do a little bit of checkpoint. Is Go a cross between Python and JavaScript? I would say very much no. I would say it's more like it's like a garbage collected C. How about that? I think syntactically, maybe you're thinking really syntactically C films, and I think syntactically you might be kind of right. It's similar to Python and JavaScript in a way, syntactically, but the actual things that it does, like the implementation and the point of it in a sense, and sort of like how it works under the hood, it's a lot closer to a cross between C and Python, something like that. I mean, it's not really too similar to Python, honestly. It's just garbage collected. So I don't know if that helps. I think, I mean, there's a lot of differences between Go and C too, though. Like C really emphasizes, you know, pointers to things, and you have pointers in Go too, but it is different because of the fact that you don't control when things escape to the heap and whatnot. Garbage collection just changes quite a lot about the way that you think of things, I think. Okay, so let's run. Yay. Okay, failed to run migration, add system table statistics, data size column. Column data size invalid ID.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Greater than next column ID and no objects. Yeah, exactly. Algorix, thanks for the follow. What's that about? Valid ID? Oh, is it that? I think I know what the problem is. I think that I need to specify that it's been quote unquote baked in or something like that, right? I think I need to say included in Bootstrap. And then I've got to make a new cluster version. So we'll say version system table statistics data size. Okay. Try that again. Wish more languages had Go format. Yeah, I agree. Okay, what the heck happened here? Version with key 46 does not exist. Did I forget to do something? Yeah, that's annoying, isn't it? When you have to argue about this stuff forever. Add new versions here, step 1 of 2. Okay, what's the second step? Do I have to make one down here at the bottom or something? Elixir has mixed format. Yeah, I hear good things about Elixir. PHP, I've never really used PHP. Does this sort of fix the problem? You have a few team members that are savages that never want to put in spaces. They always do if with no spaces. Wow, that is gotta be pretty frustrating if you have like half of your code is done a certain way and then half of the code is done a different way. That would drive me crazy for sure. I think Go definitely got something right with the Go format thing. You've come up with a language for a language, an idea for a language if you developed it. Okay, so this thing seems to have, okay, let's do our example here. We'll say create table A, insert into, whoops, insert into A, select blah, blah, blah. Then we'll do our analyze, see if it completely explodes. My guess is that this is gonna crash, so I did something wrong. Okay, it didn't quite crash, but it didn't do anything good. So column data size invalid ID. This is very similar to what I got before, isn't it? What's the deal with that? Oh, you know what I bet it is? I bet it's when since I changed that. So many annoying things to do when you're messing with this stuff, I have to say. I think the problem is that if I go to table statistics, where we define the protobuf that describes this table, I think I forgot to, I think there's like some number that you have to manually increment. Oh man, I missed a couple of things. This is so annoying. I think this is one of the most annoying things that we have about defining these system tables, is you have to do all of this really manual work for no reason. I mean, there's just no good reason for this stuff, in my opinion, but whatever. It's just we haven't really gotten to fixing it just yet. All right. If and having bracket on a new line probably bugs you the most. Those are some old school styles. Kaznia WT, what is up? The KNR, isn't that KNR style? Forget. KNRC style. Yeah, KNR style is the one where you put the brackets on another line. Never gotten why people like that exactly. Some people call it the one true brace style, but I just don't know. Feels a little funky to me. Unexpected leftover bytes. If you do that, you're a psychopath. Your language idea? Yeah, why not, C-Films? Hit us with it. Oh, interface conversion. Tree.datum is tree.dbytes, not tree.dint. And where is this happening? Line 285. Sample aggregator. Hiyo Kurz. Second monitor as computer science student is worth it?
Data banks, data
It's a
banks,
tough
data
one, man.
banks.
I don't know. I think it really depends on what you want. I don't think I know what to say. Second monitor? I don't know, dude. 6 to 8 hours a day? Yikes. It's really whatever you want. I don't have good advice for you. I'm sorry. So what's the deal with this situation exactly? One of these weird row index stuff kind of got out of control. Holy crap, you have like a whole essay here, C-Films. You're talking like a sigil language. You're doing like a Perl. This is like Perl style. Did you ever use Perl? Anybody? I was a big Perl hacker back in the day. That was one of my first languages. So the sigils sort of remind me. Do they have that in PHP too? I didn't think so, but maybe they do. I don't think I missed that stuff, to be honest. I think that made Perl kind of hard to read. I think that was the general consensus, is that people found Perl to be resembling of line noise, people would say. I think it's pretty funny. Line noise as a concept was always confusing, right? Because like, are they talking about the idea of like a noisy telephone line or whatever, like just like no signal on an electrical line? Or are they talking about like a noisy looking line of text? I think the idea is that it's both. You maintained a Perl script your last job was prevent configuration drift? Oh my gosh. They have it in PHP? Oh, okay. That makes sense, I guess. Wait. Okay, so it's a D bytes, not a D int. Line 285. We're expecting this to be an int, and we got a bytes instead. That's like a little bit. Oh, did I just put these out of order? It's probably, is that the issue? Like back in my sampler. Ditch Perl, move to Python. Ditch Java, now you know a few languages. Explicit is greater than implicit. Yeah, I guess so for the sigils, maybe. If you use cockroach and prod, breaking out number and strings. Cockroach and prod, vinit. I guess I could say that I use cockroach and prod, but it's because I work on cockroach. So I don't know if that really counts.
Data banks.
It compares to Postgres. It's different because it's scalable horizontally, seamlessly. That's like probably the one sentence summary of what's the big difference between Cockroach and Postgres. Cockroach is a distributed system that you can scale the load by adding more nodes. Postgres is more of a single node database that has some replication strategies, but they all sort of have some pretty bad limitations. CFilms, I think you should like paste bin this or something. I think it's probably hard for people to read all of this information over these little lines that you're sending, to be honest. Hey, Guy Shadow, thanks for the follow, by the way. Okay, so I think what's going on is like when we're outputting this stuff, we just put it probably in the wrong order. Or we never even, did we add the new data to this output row? I thought we did. Actually, I think we did do this stuff. So now I'm a little bit confused again. So data size column comes at the end, right? Typing on the expand, like, yeah, exactly. CFilms is nothing but ambitious. I'm impressed with CFilms' ambition. Like, absolute legend. I'll look at that after the stream. So, okay. We're adding, I feel like this should be fine. At the very end of the row, we're adding this new column, which is the total size of the data in the sketch columns. We've set the index of this column to the length of the out types at this point. So that means it is coming at the end. We are outputting a new piece of data to that spot. Right? Do we not like make the row big enough or something? Is that the issue? Where do we make this row that we're outputting? No, we set it to be the length of the out types, which seems legit as well. I guess we could just like, oh, is it that we're not, I don't quite get it. I guess what we should do is probably go over to this sampler. We can just do some printfs, maybe. Mid sketch row. Loving the split keyboard. Do you have a split keyboard yourself? What I still don't really get though is like, why would it run into trouble at an index before the index that we're messing with, you know? Like, it says that it expects a bytes. No, it expects an int and it gets a bytes. But why would this? Guess I just feel a little bit lost. Maybe. What do we exactly do when we set up this analyze thing exactly? How does this all flow through? If we see an analyze, we run this analyze, we run create stats. What does that do exactly? I guess my question is like, are we setting up more processors than just these two? I think that would sort of explain some of it. Maybe if there's not just the sampler and the sample aggregator, there's like a third type of processor that also needs to be updated in kind of concert. That would explain some things. Like, where do we make this guy? We make this thing in disSQL plan stats. Ah, now this is looking like something interesting. It does sort of seem like there's like yet another thing that we have to update here. Don't know if that's really going to fix everything, but one, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7. So sketchy. No pun intended. We make our table readers. We make these sketch specs. We make our sampler. Then we make our sample aggregator. I don't know, whatever. Let's just recompile and try with this, I guess. Just kind of guessing here. I'm kind of nervous that this won't fix things because the type mismatch happened like sort of earlier in the list of types that we were modifying, not later. I was sort of expecting to see like we ran off the end or something like that, but we didn't. Whoops. Okay, let's try again. Oh, this is good. Okay, so we got rid of that problem, and now we just have some issue with the insert statement that we wrote. Okay, so I guess that was the problem. A little bit surprising, but hey, I'm not going to complain. Needed an extra column. I mean, a comma, rather. What's this? Do I need to edit this thing too? Inject table stats. I think we do probably want to edit this thing too, don't we? JSON statistic. This is like another thing. Wonder if I can just add to this. I think I probably can. Data size uint64 JSON data size. Okay, there's like quite a lot to do here. And this is where we actually eventually propagate back up. Why is this a float? It's kind of mysterious.
Data banks.
Hey, Splendid Walrus, thanks for the follow. Greetings, null bitmap. Why do you think these are floats? What's the deal with that? Distinct count is a float because it's an estimate, but what about... Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Does that make sense? Null count. Null count is exact though. Exact though, I thought. Wasn't it? Like some of these things are exact and some of these things aren't. Barringer, thanks for the follow. Gamer salute. Null count is probably just inertia from distinct count. Yeah.
The data bank's too big.
Clunky.
I have to narrow down the search.
Thanks for that follow.
By guessing.
You need floats because you have... I'm not going to say that out loud. It's dirty. It's a dirty word what you just wrote down. Welcome to my domicile, everybody. Okay, so moving back to this situation... I do have to wonder what the next step is here. The next step here is that cardinality rough floats is just easier if that stuff is that type. Maybe, yeah. Seems like it could be. Seems like it could be. I think the next need floats because you have decimal numbers. Yeah, I mean, I know it. I knew what you meant. Is the sum of the number, I guess it's the total count of bytes. I mean, it's honestly also sort of an estimate because of this whole var length encoding thing, but whatever. Total count of bytes that this statistic, that the data in the columns of this statistic is represented by. That makes no sense. It's like the size of the data in the columns in this statistic. How about that? Okay, so the next question is, right, what do we get to do with this stuff? And did we actually propagate it right everywhere? I think the answer to this is probably no. I think, where do we end up setting this? Oh my gosh. Okay, there's all sorts of crap that we have to look at. Holy moly. Oh, I see. So this is actually where per node, we try to figure out the distinct and null counts. So it's almost like what we need to do is something about the row count, right? For each of these things, something like that. Instead of average bytes per datum, well, the answer is that we can have a, I mean, I don't know, honestly, like, because we have an exact count of the number of bytes. It's no more expensive, as far as I can tell, to just count up the actual bytes that we get in the sampler than it is to like do some averaging stuff or whatever. So, I mean, I guess I don't really know. It's almost like you want to combine them with the histogram somehow, but I just don't know how any of that stuff would work. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I feel like the... No, I mean... Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. It may not matter. It may just not matter at all. Because you're not going to... Like, I did it this way because I was kind of confused about how to do, like, an average without having to, like, keep the whole sum around in memory. Like, I feel like there's a way to do that, but I just don't know what it is. There's, like, overflows. But I was thinking, like, is the number of bytes in an N64 ever going to be, like, maxed out at? And I think the answer to that question is definitely no. So it just doesn't matter. We can keep the whole sum and just move on to their lives, I think. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Question is, where do we set this stuff originally, right? Like, where do we get this stuff initialized by? Is it this thing, leaf? Call stat leaf creates a column statistic for a given column set by deriving the statistic from the general statistics. Maybe I need to be looking at this cache, first of all. Where do we actually get this stuff from disk? I think I found this earlier. It's not this. Where do we get stuff from system.table statistics? I think I haven't, I think it's gotta be, create stats, show histogram, delete stats, I think it's gotta be this, right? Get stable stats from DB. This seems legit. So let's also add in our data size. Do you need to be able to type 10 fingers for that keyboard layout to make sense? I think the answer is that probably you're gonna have a better time if you can do that, Wogi, but I don't know. I don't know. So we're gonna add our data size to this thing. We need to change our parse stats now to be able to do stuff here. So we're gonna add our data size, our field index. What's this about? Am I gonna get in trouble by reordering this stuff? I feel like the answer is no. So I'm gonna add a new index in here called data size index. Do I type with the classical 10-finger system? I don't know. Do I? Maybe you can tell me. Hey, Anthony writes code. Thank you so much for that massive raid of 85 people. How are y'all doing? Welcome to the stream. I really appreciate the raid, Anthony. I hope your stream was really good. If you don't know,
The
then you
databank's too
probably
big.
were not
I have
typing
to
with the
narrow down
classical
the
10
search.
finger
How are you
system.
gonna do that?
You're probably
By
right
guessing.
about that. How was the stream? What were you guys up to? Were you doing CI, Python CI stuff?
The databank's too big.
You had to end stream
I
early
have to
because
narrow
your
down the
frames were
search.
dropping really
How are
bad.
you
Oh,
gonna do
that's
that?
a
By
bummer.
guessing.
I'm really sorry to hear that. That is a sad situation. I think that happened to me once during like a really bad rainstorm. Everything was just completely failing, so I had to leave. It's just like the stream isn't really working. Time to grumble your ISP, yeah. Makes sense. So anyway, yeah, like if you guys are new to this stream, I'm Jordan. On the stream, we usually work on CockroachDB, which is this open source database.
The databank's too big.
Written in Go.
I have to narrow down the
Distributed
search.
database.
How are you gonna
Runs
do that?
SQL.
By guessing.
And what we're doing today is we're looking at the idea of changing the optimizer costs
Databanks.
to include more information about the number of bytes in the data in a particular table. So the idea with optimizer costs is that to try to figure out the best query plan for a particular query, the optimizer is going to compare multiple query plans based on an estimate of how much CPU or how much memory or how much whatever, IO, network, it thinks that the query might actually end up having to use in the system. And right now it has a lot of information in there, but one thing that it does not have is an estimate of how fat each row is, so to speak. So how many bytes is in a row. And so we're trying to add that. And then I think a bigger project that I was sort of poking at, but may not really, I don't know, we'll see how far we get with this, but a bigger project is making that cost. Right now it's sort of an opaque integer that's just like, this cost is it's just an integer. It doesn't really have any strong meaning. It's a unitless constant essentially. But the idea would be that we could make the cost a linear combination of a bunch of costs that have real meaning, like number of bytes of memory, number of CPU seconds, maybe number of bytes read over the network, number of disk bytes read, or whatever. So that's kind of the plan. It's kind of what we're working on. Yeah, if you've got questions about it, hit me up. Isn't Go like a bad language? No. Hey, thanks for all the follows, by the way. Anthony, Hassan, Philip, and Satisfied. Appreciate it. But yeah, that's what we're up to. So hit me with your questions if you've got them. So Go 2 is going to have generics. I mean, that's one thing. Yeah, exactly. Soon you will no longer be able to have that complaint. Okay, so let's see here.
The computer's hooked into
Why
over 1,000
exactly
databanks
is it
throughout
the
the
case
world.
that some of these things are... Yo, Alt F4, what's up? Nice to see you. I haven't seen you in quite some time, Alt F4. I hope you're doing really good.
The databank's too big. I have to
Alton
narrow
Catch
down
and
the search.
Polymathic,
How are
thanks
you
for the
gonna do
follows.
that?
By guessing.
It has been a minute. And watch
Computers hooked
Older
into over
Beer.
1,000
Thanks for
databanks
the
throughout the
follow.
world.
I don't quite get why each of these things would be nullable or not. I think the answer is that we probably are going to have this thing be nullable because we're adding it, right? And so presumably sometimes in the database, we won't really see this data size field, so we should set it to be nullable, something like that. I think that's what's going on here. And then down below, we're going to grab out our new value here. So we'll say, is this going to be a problem that like sometimes the table won't have this column? I don't know. I think we can worry about that later. I feel like that is a real
Computers
problem,
hooked into
to be
over
honest, but
1,000
like, I
databanks
don't know.
throughout
I'm
the
not going to
world.
worry about it for now. You've been running around like a chicken with your head cut off. It could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. Yeah, things are going pretty good. Thanks. So we're getting our data size. We've got all this stuff. We've got our proto buff with our new statistic in it. What else do we have to do here? What else is going on here? We're setting column IDs from this array. I guess this is just like basically some stuff for columns that are more complicated than just like these integer columns. So I think we're probably good on this data size thing. Histogram buckets, we don't have to worry about that. Yeah, I think that's basically that. So parstats runs, it comes back up. We've got this stats object. We add it to a list of stats and we're done. So I guess that's not so complicated. Get table stats from DB. What happens at... Okay, so we get add cache entry locked. I guess since these caches, I guess this has to be sort of a thread safe cache of table statistics, right? Because the point is that the database is running and two queries might need statistics for the same table at the same time. So we've got to make sure that this cache is going to be able to service both of them in a way that's not racy. I don't think we have to mess with this. I basically, I mean, the reason I'm following this chain up is just I want to figure out where we like actually use this like, you know, object that we just populated, right? Like this protobuf and everything. I feel like we haven't really threaded it all the way through to the top yet. And I've got to figure out that stuff. Java is awesome. Everybody loves talking about programming languages on Twitch. I think that's like a classic discussion topic. Okay, so it looks like inside of this cache entry, we've got these statistics. So who touches these cache entries? Maybe it's this guy. Get table stats. This is seeming
The databank's
promising.
too big. I have to narrow down the search
How are you gonna do that?
by guessing.
Hey, Knackle Eric, thanks for the follow. I'm kind of a little bit nervous that like we use this object all over the place and we're gonna have to change like 5 million spots, which would be pretty sad. But I'm sort of hoping that like maybe the actual point at which we use the like internal stuff is limited to a few spots. Maybe it's, oh, maybe it's, this is where we're inserting. So I think what we need to do is the opposite. It's like, where do we, okay, no, I'm actually confused. Oh, I think actually I'm not confused. Okay, so this is sort of where the rubber hits the road, I think. This, yeah. Okay, so we have this struct called an opt table stat. And an opt table stat is the thing that implements the interface that the optimizer actually uses to pull out information from these statistics. So I think that since this stat just contains a pointer to this protobuf object that has our new data size thing, I think that we should be able to implement, basically we just need to extend this interface, right? Looks like, yeah, this is like our table statistic interface that has a bunch of stuff, column count, row count, distinct count, null count. And so I guess what we just need to do is extend this interface and then figure out like where it's used and stuff. So I think, I mean, it's a big project, but we can go ahead. So should we just say data size? Hey, thanks, satisfied. Appreciate it. See you later. Data size returns the sum of the size of the total size of the data in the columns of the statistic. Large data size. Hey, Rocket Duke, thanks for the follow. I think that you're right, Null Bitmap, about the average versus total thing. Like, I don't know if this total thing is just like a particularly useful quantity to have around. So maybe it's like we want to just divide it, or maybe we just want to store the average in the first place. I don't really know. I think it's, don't I have a thing for that? Color scheme? I don't know. Anyway, it's called Grubbox. One thing that's pretty annoying about Golang is that if you add a new thing to an interface, it like removes the link between the interface and the things that implement it. So all of a sudden, like, you won't be able to get to the things that implement it to change them to add your new method. So it's an irritation. It is an irritation. So we'll just add them up front, I guess. So opt table stat data size. I think this is just a little bit of like threading. Not doing anything smart yet. So I guess we have also a implementation that's for tests. This, I don't know why it's not called test table stat or something like that, but it just isn't. Data size. Oh, interesting. So in the test one, we just use this sort of JSON statistic object. And luckily I did modify that one as well. So I think we're probably good on that front. So then we can uncomment this. We've got our new method. Okay, so when it comes to actually doing stuff, what do we do here? So the statistics builder, I think this is where all of the good stuff happens. Maybe. Make table statistics returns the available statistics for the given table. Statistics are derived lazily, cache in the metadata, blah, blah, blah. So what is this loop all about? And what do we have to do to it? Is it just another matter? What is all this? So, okay, so this is a statistics struct that has what exactly? This is a... I guess it's a collection of statistics about an entire operator or something like that. So it's like column statistics are about a column on disk, or maybe not just on disk, but maybe also like as they flow in between operators, maybe. And this is sort of an object that's a collection of those things. Yeah, I guess I just don't know like the scope of it just yet. Maybe it'll say. I don't really know. I mean, this is important. I feel like what we really want to do is like try to make something that parallels row count. I guess this is probably per expression. I bet we have a statistics per expression, maybe. And the row count in that expression is the estimated number of rows. So what we also really want is the estimated size of the rows. And so maybe we should just start there and see how easily we can sort of populate such a thing. So we'll say row size. See, here's the thing, like, does it make more sense to have row size or total row size, right? I just don't know. Let's go with row size, I guess. Row size is the estimated size in bytes of each of the rows returned by the expression. And this thing gets set like, oh my gosh, absolutely everywhere. So I guess you sort of have to propagate. Right, so what I want to do is start from the bottom, essentially. Like this statistics presumably will be populated for an index or table scan. And so I really just want to start from there and then see how things like bubble up from the bottom. See if that makes any sense, I guess. So there should be like a scan somewhere, right? Call stat scan? What is call stat scan? So call stat scan has a scan expr as an input, which I guess is the scan expression. And it's got a set of columns that it's reading, I guess, from the scan. And then it outputs a column statistic. A column statistic? That's kind of weird. I sort of expected this to output an entire statistic, but I guess it doesn't really matter. And call stat comes from input call stat, which is, I guess this is sort of the root of things then, right? Call set are like for this deriving information about the set of columns. The input call set is which columns you're asking about. Okay, that makes sense. so make table statistics return. I think this is the root, right? This is, we were looking at this before and we went searching for the root, and I think this is actually the root. So I think we just have to mess with it. So this is just a big method is all. So there's a bunch of indexes. We like do something about inverted index, virtual columns, whatever. Things like get messy. I think that's just reality, right? Like you design a nice system, and then as you add features, like people just like sort of add a bunch of extra code to the top of a method. I feel like that's like a classic pattern. Things get just like super gross. And I guess we just need to add our row size. Oh, interesting. I'm still confused about like, why does this thing return a prop set to statistic and the other thing returns that column set thing? I don't exactly get that, but I guess it doesn't matter. So in this case, what we do is our row size is going to be, this is where it gets confusing. I guess like just to keep things uniform, let's make this thing be like, you know, total. Let's just make this data size instead. Just to make it consistent. We can always just, I think if we want to change them all later, we'll just do them all together at once. So statistic of 0 dot data size, right? Make sure the row count is at least 1. It sounds like we should also do that for the data size, right? Column sets are per call set per relational expression. Props.statistic is for an entire relational expression. Guess that makes sense. I guess yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I just wasn't sure like why. I don't know. Just gonna keep pulling on the thread and hopefully something good will happen. Add all the column statistics using the most recent statistic for each column set. Stats are ordered with most recent first. This is also confusing though, because check this out. We're getting our, from the most recent. So this is ordered by recency? Is that the idea? I guess it says it right here. Stats are ordered with most recent first. Then what we do is we search for each statistic, and a statistic is a set of columns. I see. So these are like the global ones, and it just so happens that every statistic stores both of these items.
The data bank's too big.
So we don't need to like do any averaging or BS like that.
By guessing.
Yo, Mastermindio, thanks for the follow. So then we do a bunch of stuff, and I think we can ignore all of this. You know, we can't though, actually. No, this is actually quite problematic. We don't even want to do this. I think this is actually quite wrong. Yeah, exactly. Right. So it's like, I think like the total data size needs to sum all of the single column statistics or something like that. Like this is sort of like a distinct quantity from the other quantities, because this really wants to be like, maybe we don't even need this as a top level object. You know, maybe we only want the per column data size. So I'm just going to put it would have to be the sum of the single column statistics for each of the columns in the index or something. So we'll come back to that. Here is where we take our ith statistic, which is already populated properly, right? This already has our data size. So maybe, like, what are we even doing here? If call stat okay equals stats.callstats.add. What is this? Add ensures that a column statistic over the given columns is in the map. If it doesn't yet exist in the map, then adds a new blank column statistic and returns it. Okay, so I guess this, is the idea that like, since we might have duplicate stats or something, we're going to ignore the ones that we have a duplicate of. I think that's the idea here. If we have one column and we have a non-nil histogram, we do some stuff. Otherwise, we do some other stuff. Virtual, blah, blah, blah. Ignore it. Make sure the distinct count is 1. Finalize from row count and distinct counts. Make sure that the values are consistent in case some of the column sets were added at different times and therefore have a different row count. We should always have at least one distinct value if row count is... This is a multi-column statistic. The distinct count should be no larger than the product of all the distinct counts of its individual columns. Okay. What? Oh, this is the top level one again, right? Oh, I think we can ignore this. I don't think we need to do anything with this. You could run create stats in column A and then, yeah, it must be something like that. I think it gets confusing because like we do have this multi-column stat stuff now. Like, okay, so in my demo, I had this set up. So you end up with wait, do I have this data size already in here too? I think something's wrong. I think I know what's wrong. But basically, like, this is going to be some duplicate information. I'm just confused about this, right? Like, we have column IDs 1 and 2 in a statistic, and column IDs 1, comma, column ID 2 in a statistic, right? Like, so I think there is some sort of finalization that we could do here that's equivalent to the other one, but I just don't know. Is it that important? Do I have to care? I'm not positive. Let me fix this like other thing though, real quick. So in the aggregator, or this, was it the sampler or the aggregator? I can't remember. We had some fixed size thing that we got rid of. Total data size. Oh, maybe I did get rid of it. Maybe I just haven't like recompiled this thing in a while. It's probably the issue. Maybe, hopefully. Okay. Anyway, so back to our statistics builder. Let's like, I feel like I'll just put a to-do Jordan. What do we have to do here to ensure that the data sizes are same? Okay, so in our make table statistics, we now, I guess, have a stats map that has like enough stuff in it. So where does this get called then? It gets called all over the place. I'm sort of still missing like the principle, like where are we supposed to edit this stuff, right? It's sort of like in projections, we need to like mess with things or something. I don't know. Like, what do we do in projections? Well, I guess a more interesting question would be, what do we do in like filters? What is this thing? There's like call stats or something. Oh, it's in here, right? Call stat filter. Okay, so here's some. Call stat select, call stat project. Let's look at this one. What does call stat project do? Synthesized columns.
The computer's hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Hey, MDev23, thanks for that follow. I think the idea is like it's just trying to do this combination for each operator. It's just, I think it's pretty complicated for how that combination working, it seems tricky for sure. Okay, so for some reason this is still set to 0, which is a little bit surprising. It's interesting that it only works in the case of a single column. Oh, you know what it is? It's right. I already looked at this. There's a fast path for integers. I forgot about that. That's so funny because I looked at that and then I was like, whatever, let's just ignore this thing. Use int fast path. In this case, what we need to do is say s dot total data size plus equals 8, I guess. Do it down here. Okay. Let's see. So what is the point of all this? That's another question. The point of all this was that eventually we would be able to use the statistics to make cost decisions, right? So actually, before we like dive into the weeds of like combining all of these different parts of the statistics, where do we end up using the row count, for example? Like, where does this end up getting used in the coster? All over the place. So let's maybe compute cost for scan, compute scan cost. It says that, oh, this is interesting. This is actually very interesting. The per row cost, we already do something here, which is to say, for each row, there is a row scan cost that is a function of the number of columns in the scan. And so what we do is we multiply the number of columns plus the number of scanned columns. By the cost factor. I guess this is just sort of like it's just a random estimate, which is saying that the number of columns in the index matter because more columns means more data to scan. Yes, the number of columns we actually return also matters because that is the amount of data that we could potentially transfer over the network.
Data banks.
I feel like changing this is going to really mess with a lot of stuff. So it seems extremely scary. But I don't know. Like if you all of a sudden adjusted this to be proportional to the number of bytes, it would really throw everything completely out of whack. Mega bonkers scary. But I don't see how else you would really do it. Optimizer lock-in, where you like set the version of the optimizer that you're using. I think what you really want to do in that case is like make this cost. This is what I was looking at in the beginning. Like what I really want to do is have this, you know, multi-attribute cost struct. And then you could sort of safely change some of this stuff, I feel, without I don't know. Because really what I want, I don't actually care about making the... Oh yeah, here's what it is actually. You know what's actually kind of crazy is that right now, the goal of this for me isn't even to change the optimizer's decision making at all. It's actually just so I can use the optimizer's statistics to do different things in execution about reserving space, right? I really want to tie the costs that the optimizer knows about because of statistics in particular to some reservation of resource, right? Like we have some notion of memory resource already, but I also eventually really do quite care about like the guess of how much IO we're going to use or the guess of how much CPU we're going to use. Like that's actually, I think, pretty important. And having a system that's totally dynamic feels like bad. I feel like that's just how we get into these situations where we overload the system because we're doing too much with too few resources. Like I want to do these memory estimations up front instead of like halfway through the query. And I think that would help a lot with various things. But yeah, I don't know. It just sort of feels like the way that we propagate this information via statistics is only done through costs. And maybe there was a way to maybe there's like some other architecture that would say like for a plan, you can get at the statistics in the plan without having to like mess with the cost too much, but I don't really know. Yeah, I mean, What if the real idea, what if every costing decision what if you could request multiple costing decisions or something like that? No, I don't know. It's kind of tricky. It's kind of tricky. You know what I really want to do though? You know what I really want to do is make it so that like, yeah, it's really about this multi-dimensional thing. This is so important. This is so important because I actually don't care about propagating up. Well, at least for the purpose of this disk stuff, right? I don't care about propagating up this estimated row size and stuff like that. I mean, like I should, but I don't. What I really care more about is a disk, I feel like. And for that, like it's like we don't need to play any fancy games with propagation. We just sort of we just sum everything below us, right? Like the disk cost of an operator that reads two other operators is the sum of the disk costs of those two operators. Yeah, so like what we started with was sort of something like this, right? We made this type cost 2 thing. Maybe what we just need is like opaque cost or something, and this is like our original float, and then we have like some sort of hanger on attributes or something like that. Does that even make sense though? Like I don't know, dude. I don't even know how to like really like the right way of like messing with this stuff to like produce interesting tests, it's like oh yeah, I mean I think what I really want, like the ideal output of all of this would be why is this not just the sum of these two things? It's like a mystery for another day. Or it's like the encoded bytes are a different size or something, I don't know. I feel like the ideal output actually, okay, how about this? How about this as an idea? So when you go to the, web console here, which of course I've built it without the UI, so I've got to do this whole thing. But when I go to the web console, like what I have is this output of, let's do a little bit of jam and, what I have is this output that's got like a graph of how much disk we're reading per second. And what I'd really like to see is a graph of that versus a graph of how much disk we think we're reading per second. And if we had something like that, then I feel like, and it was pretty accurate, I feel like we could feel pretty good about like doing something about, you know, disk IO token reservations or something like that, so that we could prevent overload quickly without having to wait for like total failure or something like that.
Computers
Cool. All
hooked into
right.
over
See ya,
1,000
Mel Big
data
Up. Thanks
banks
for
throughout
hanging
the world.
about. Joku Tuli, what's up? Salento, thanks for the follow. Yeah. You know, I actually think that this idea makes some sense, because as we saw the other day on the stream, what you can do at a certain point is ask for the cost of an expression from some like high up spot by the execution engine. So where do we do this again? It's, let me see. I think actually if I make another window and go back to the branch we were looking at last time, if I look at this cost metrics branch, one of the things that we did is that we got this estimated cost here. So in record executor statement metrics, we can go to. And I think what we did is, since we have the sort of root expression of the plan that we're running, we can say something like planner.curplan. What is it? Memo.rootExpression.relexpr cost. And I think what this does, this is sort of like how these things are all linked together, which is that right now asking for this gives us back this opaque expression that we've been looking at. But what we really want is, imagine if it gave us this struct and we could say, hey struct, besides like your main cost, which is this opaque cost, how much disk are we thinking that you read? You know, I think that that's actually going to work. I kind of like that. So I feel like I should just bite the bullet. Maybe. It's just annoying that we have all of these like sort of literal cost definitions, like this thing in particular. I feel like is kind of gross. I mean, we can just change this to be, instead of cost, we could just have these be float 64s or something. You try to figure out what project you can do Python with beginner. That's cool. What, any ideas so far? I think what we could maybe do is just make these be, maybe what we want is like a type opaque cost or something, float 64, and then we can have this cost be a struct, right? Maybe this is the way to do it. And then we can change most of these things. Well, rather, maybe instead of change, which name do we change, right? It's like maybe something like this, right? And then right. So this is going to be c.opaque cost, other.opaque cost. You made a basic, simple guest book. Save your earlier written text and print it, and you write some text. It says to you, you have written this earlier. That's cool. I think anything is a good place to start. I think that's cool. I think this is going to become opaque cost map. I think maybe another time. I feel like I'm on a roll with this. So maybe another time. I guess this wants to be a normal cost with its opaque cost set to this or something like that. And then maybe the code will mostly just work without having to do a lot of changes.
The computer's hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Thanks for the follow. If you hit !IDE, you will find out all sorts of things about that. What's up, Wasable Frog? I guess we need a way to like, should I just make this be public or something? Make things a little bit easier. Okay. See, I think a lot of the problems are that we're using this plus equals stuff all over the place. Maybe we just need to add a method that's like add or something. I mean, I guess we could also just say cost.opaque cost everywhere. Plus equals. Wow, this is kind of weird. So we're adding to we're multiplying ourselves by something and then adding it later. I feel like this is kind of gross maybe, but I don't know. I'm not really sure why everybody was casting all of these things to memo.cost. It's just not really necessary. It's just like extra line noise or something. I guess sometimes you have to sort of is a memo a slice of parsed query ASTs? No, not quite. So a memo it's a data structure that it's a very cool data structure, actually. You know, actually, if you're interested in learning more about it, I would refer you to this talk that my colleague Rebecca Taft did. Let me actually just paste that real quick while we're talking about it. But basically, a memo is a way for the optimizer to keep track of a bunch of equivalent plans in a really memory efficient way. If you think about like a query plan as being like a bunch of, it's like think of a tree where each node could be replaced by another equivalent node. That's basically what the memo is for, but the implementation of it is very efficient, so it doesn't have to like restore all of these trees in a fully materialized way, if you know what I mean. But I just like this so much, this talk so much. I feel like I'm just spamming it all over the place, but like it's just so good that everybody should watch it if they're interested. It just will teach you quite a lot about how the optimizer works. Oh, you saw that talk? Okay, cool. I think she talked about the memo in there, but maybe not. Oh, I guess this is supposed to be a. Oh, is this gonna break? This is probably like explaining why I could get rid of all of those calls to opaque costs and stuff like that. Oh yeah, whoops. Oh, that's annoying. Does it matter though? I feel like the answer is no. Let's just leave this as a float 64. There's no strong reason to have it be a different type. Oh, I see. The problem is not this at all. It's just that this needs to be... what the heck? What did this used to be? Cost equals... Oh, I see. I guess this sort of wants to return an opaque cost or something. Oh, mentioning it but not going into specifics. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if that explanation made sense, but it's a pretty cool way of just representing this like forest of plants in a really compact way. See, I feel like what we really want to do here is have this return like a CPU cost or something like that, but I'm just not ready to do that. I mean, honestly, I feel like what I've been doing is just sort of wrong, and what I should actually do is have like a method on this opaque cost thing that allows me to add and multiply it and stuff like that. I guess we might as well just try that out. So func c cost, add other cost. I guess it's kind of like what we need is like a transitionary phase where like this cost, yes, it's represented by all of these different, you know, linear combinations sort of, but like for a long time, it's going to be the case that we can get rid of this, that most of the additions are going to be this opaque thing. Eventually, I feel like this would really want to be add CPU, right? Like add the cost for finding the segments, you know? I don't know. I guess. Never mind. I think we should make this opaque cost. Okay, I'll take it all back. We'll make this opaque cost. We're gonna do it right. This is why we had to float 64 it. It's all making sense. I just didn't do the things all right. Forgot something. Thought I could simplify, could not. So this used to say what? Let's just like revert this honestly. So we can say cost equals cost dot add opaque, memo dot opaque cost, this whole thing. I just don't understand when these type conversions are required and what they're not, to be perfectly honest. It just said, okay, wait, what? It said type redundant. If I get rid of it, oh, I see. I just deleted the wrong parentheses. What is this? I feel like Golang's like type requirement checker is like kind of wrong. Yeah, that's bizarre. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Okay, so back over here, we're gonna say cost dot add opaque. I guess we have to say cost equals cost dot add opaque. Hey, I'm Dembski. What's up? What do I think is wrong? That's a good question.
The data bank's too big. I have to narrow down the search.
Deal?
How are you going to do that?
By guessing.
So it's basically saying that the input to this function is an opaque cost, which is aliased, right? This is not an alias. This is like a type definition. And if I think normally if I were to pass an ordinary float 64 into this thing, then I said cost dot add opaque foo. What does this say? This says I'm not allowed to do it. Cannot use type float 64 as type opaque cost. So then the question is like, why? I just think that it's sort of wrong that it thinks that this is redundant at all. That's sort of what it feels like to me. Define type, not a type alias. You can directly convert len of x times row count to memo.opaque cost without the float 64 is what you're saying. I see. Okay, so wait a minute. There's like a lot of different types in here. Len is an int64. Row count is a float. The float 64 conversion is redundant if you're converting to another type with underlying type float 64 right after. I think type int, not type, yeah. So for example, what would happen if I did, does this make any sense? I don't know. I'm slightly lost. Row count is a float 64. Yeah, that makes sense. You need to turn this one into a, you need to turn the integer into a float 64 in order to multiply with row count. Then you can convert to opaque cost for the call to add opaque. Yeah, I think the confusing thing is why does my editor think that this conversion is not necessary? Maybe it's actually because like this on its own, this expression on its own wouldn't need to be converted, but then there's the fact that I'm multiplying by this cost factor thing, which is just a const. Right? I don't know. Like if I change the precedence of the multiplication or whatever, not the precedence, but the location of the multiplication to be inside of the opaque cost cast, then it no longer thinks that it's not necessary. Editor seems confused. Yeah. Must be something like that. Anyway, well, thanks for talking out loud. I'm just going to undo what I've got there. Okay. I want to just actually revert both of these lines and do them with my new add opaque method here. What's up, Mr. Wormhole? How's it going? So here, what are we doing? Cost equals per row cost times the number of rows plus the cost that we've already got. Thanks for making great material at Cockroach University. That wasn't me, but I'll definitely pass it on to my colleagues. Thanks so much for that feedback. Really appreciate that. So maybe it's like the cost that we've got right now is already in a sense a per row cost. Is that what we're saying here?
Computer's hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Oh, this is like a, I see. This is like a constant factor or something like that. Hey, M. Dembski, thanks for that follow. I appreciate that. And thanks for stopping by. I've enjoyed, I think I caught one of your streams right when you started, but I haven't seen it since. I'll have to stop by another time. Just trying to think about like what does this actually mean that we're doing? We're multiplying a per row cost by, it should be just be the number of rows that we have, but then we're also adding like this sort of fixed cost thing that I don't exactly understand. You're streaming again tonight? Oh, very cool. Don't understand. I mean, it kind of feels like this is wrong almost. It kind of feels like the precedence of this is sort of wrong, right? It's like you'd think that any fixed cost would come at the, like after this multiplication. You want to multiply a per row cost by the number of rows and then add any fixed costs here. So I kind of feel like this might be a little bit wrong, honestly. right? I don't know. I feel like this might be buggy or something. Maybe I'll just quickly file an issue about this so that I can come back to it. Because this thing that I'm working on is like not gonna merge by any chance, I would say, at least for a long time, maybe ever. So let me just file a quick bug so I don't forget about it. Cost for sort appears to mistreat constant factor. Line 551. Oops, can I just copy the like reference to this thing? Reference in new issue. What does it do? Oh, I see, okay. And does this embed the actual thing? It does, that's kind of cool. The cost definition for sort appears to multiply the number of rows I guess it's sort of like include the estimated constant cost of the sort in the number of rows being processed for multiplication with an estimated per row cost rather than a constant factor outside of that multiplication. This seems unintended, but I'm not entirely sure. Okay, well, let's just leave it like that. The question is, in this giant weird PR thing that I'm messing with, do I fix this or not? I feel like the answer is that I do want to fix it just because it's going to be a little bit simpler. It's really, I just want to say cost is equal to cost.addOpaque per row cost times memo count, memo dot, whoops. Opaque cost of row count, right? And this thing, oh, this thing is a, oh yeah. So row start cost, I think I want this to be returning an opaque cost because this thing is not going to have anything to do with fancy things that we're adding. So we'll leave this as an opaque cost. We'll jump back out. Then I think things will be happy. Okay. Cool. So let's fix this one now. Let's just revert this and use our new method. Cost equals plus equals cost times. Okay, so we'll say cost equals cost dot add opaque. Then we have this funky multiplication stuff again, right? So what is this saying? This is about perturbation. What is perturbation? Perturbation indicates how much to randomly perturb the cost. It is used to generate alternative plans for testing. I see. Okay, so I think that really all I want to do here is perturb the opaque cost and not mess with any of the new stuff we're adding. So we'll just go like this and move on with our lives. It's annoying that I've changed the type of memo.cost everywhere. I think it's the right thing to do, but like, yeah, I don't know. Here's another case of the editor being confused, I think. Right? I should file a bug with Goland, I guess. So base cost. I think this also wants to be an opaque cost. It's really, everything sort of wants to be an opaque cost except for the top level object that gets propagated all the way through. So this is a compute scan cost. So this is actually the thing that we do want to propagate now that I think about it, right? So this is where we get to get our sort of column size stuff, I think. Do you use any linters? Yes, we use like an incredibly large number of linters, in fact, Mr. Wormhole. We have this thing called like, I think it's just called test lint, but it's got like a jillion different passes and stuff like this. Yeah, I don't even know. I think it shells out to like various like bespoke things that we've written, as well as uses like, what is it called? That framework, the static check framework. Double checks that M. Dembski unconvert isn't responsible for those bad warnings. Cool, yes. I appreciate that. Goland is very cool and you're not sponsored. I completely agree with you. I really like Goland. I would have a really hard time. I mean, I'm a Vim user at heart, but I would have a hard time editing Cockroach in Vim because the code base is just too big. And I find that the performance of this editor is a lot better than what the language server stuff can do these days. But I don't know. Your mileage definitely may vary. You know, what's interesting is that I'm realizing that these fields have to either be exported or have set. I think I'm just going to export them for now. So we'll export disk cost in particular, because that's the thing that we're just playing with as a concept. Should disk cost be opaque cost too? Or is there really no point to having this be a type? I'm really thinking that there's no point to having this be a type, honestly. But I don't know. I don't want to... I don't know. Right, so... it's an iris. If you type ! keyboard, I've got a few little details on what it is and stuff like that. So here's where we would put our disk cost to be what we've estimated in our stats, right? I think, now how is this gonna work? This is sort of where everything comes together, I think, right? We've got scan.relational.stats, and this thing should have data size, right? And this is the guy that theoretically will be setting. But I think, unfortunately, that we need to be a little bit smarter here because it depends on the index that we're scanning, right? The whole point of this is that, I mean, for example, let's just make a quick example here in the terminal. If we had a table, let's just actually just use this sample table that we've been using for the last couple of times. So here's a table, we'll insert some data. This table has a primary index on A and B that stores all 4 of the columns, right? And we can show that if we said select star from A limit 1, and let's actually say set auto trace is equal to on KV. Then if we do this again, it'll actually show us, it's sort of hard to see, but on this line, you can see that it's fetched this data row that contains 1, 2, 3, and 4, which is the data in the table for this row, right? But if I were to say, since I've got this other index on D, the way that this index is going to work is that it's going to have to point back to the primary index of A and B. But critically, it's not going to store C because the index is on D, meaning that this is like D is the column that's sorted on disk. And like the value of this index is going to be a pointer back to the primary key of the table. So that's going to contain A and B. So it'll have 3 values instead of 4. And I can show you that if I say select star from A at, and then sort of force it to use this index, which I think would be called ADIDX. If I do this, oops, and I can't use select star here because that's actually going to force an index join. If I look at the plan for this, you can see that what happens is that it does the ordinary scan on this table that I've asked for, but then it's got to do an index join back to the primary index because I've asked for every column, which includes C, which we don't have. But if I say instead select A, comma, B, comma, D from this index limit 1, then you can see that it goes to this ADIDX thing and it fetches just these 3 values. Those are the only 3 things in the table at that point. Yeah. So the reason that I mention all of this though, is that over here in our compute scan cost, it's absolutely critical that we know which index we're scanning so we can know how much data that we're likely to read, right? And that's why I need to try to figure out a little bit more about how these statistics interfaces work, because like I don't actually understand it. I mean, it kind of seems like, oh, you know what? Actually, this is already this is like the method that we would need to modify. There already is sort of a method that encapsulates this idea. So here's something about latency and zone configs or something. We don't really care about messing with that. I think this is sort of the critical thing right here. So we'll say ret is equal to, well, we can just do it inline. Maybe. So we're gonna keep the opaque cost the same because the whole point of this is that we're far too scared to actually like change this stuff. Since it'll change a lot of plans and whatnot. But what we can do that's exciting is that we can put this disk cost and set this to something that we find interesting, right? So, oh, well, we pass in numscanned calls to this. That's kind of weird. What's the deal with that? This may be a sub. You know what we don't? I don't think we care about this though, because what we really care about is how many columns are in the index, because we're going to have to read all that data from disk no matter what. So we don't care about this scanned calls thing. I think all we care about is this num calls. Num calls is equal to the index's column count. This includes columns that were part of the index definition, including the storing clause, as well as, it's not Mdansky unconvert complaining. That doesn't really particularly surprise me, to be honest. I think like this editor tends to implement, like re-implement a bunch of crap because I think if it's not written in Java, then presumably it can't really use it efficiently. So as I understand, like Goland has just re-implemented a bunch of these lints and probably it just has done something slightly wrong. But I appreciate you for checking. That's really awesome. We do use unconvert in Cockroach. I'm fairly sure in that lint test we were looking at, right? Unconvert. No, I think we use it somewhere. We have something called roachvet. I don't know. We have like a lot of linters that have built up over the years, but in any case, we appreciate you and your work. What do you call it when you put the type after the function call like that? Are you talking about I don't think I know what you're talking about. Unfortunately, I'm like It's probably slightly like too laggy to remember what you might have said there. Like, it's really getting things quite wrong. Bool. I still don't think I really know what you're talking about. Oh, so that's the return type. If you're talking about where the function is defined, that would be telling you what the function is going to return. Yeah, Thanan, exactly. If you're talking about like when you actually call a function, I think I wouldn't expect that. I think you must be talking about the function definition, I'm pretty sure. But I think what we need to do here is like, does this metadata thing have the stats or not really? I think fundamentally, like this thing has got to be looking at, it was a function call? You're talking about this, like an inline function? Maybe it's this inline function. Okay. Anyway, yeah, it doesn't matter. So what? Right. So we've got to figure out where. No, I'm like kind of lost. Where am I? Oh yeah, we're here. Okay, so I see. So scan. So I think this stats object here, this is like the critical thing, which is that inside of this stats object, we have this map. And inside of this map, I think the idea is that we should be able to, for each column in the thing that we're scanning, get the size of the column, so the number of bytes that we found in the last time that we scanned it. And I guess we just take the we like make an average out of it. Maybe it's sort of, maybe we were talking about earlier, like maybe we should be storing an average instead of a sum, but I'm not completely positive. But I think what we want to do, right, is like get these average column sizes and then sum them all up for the index that we care about, for the columns that are in that index. And so I guess I've just got to figure out how to actually do that. What does this lookup do? Lookup returns a column statistic indexed by the given column set. If no such statistic exists in the map, then OK equals false. What if I ask for a column set that wasn't really indexed, right? Like, does that make sense? Where do we normally do this stuff? I guess I just don't know. I guess I just don't really know how this stuff works. But I think actually this is what I think is correct. Okay, so here's an example of something that I think is quite similar to what we want to do. So what this is saying, right, this is back to our sort, which we were looking at earlier. We calculate the cost of a segmented sort. A sort is this whole expression thing that contains all the details of what we're sorting. When we run count segments, it's saying we get the set of columns that are ordered in a sort. Oh, by the way, so segmented sort, it's such a cool thing if you don't know about it. The idea is that if you had a table A and B and C and D, let's just do A, B, and C. Primary key A comma B. And we wanted to say select star from A, order by A, B, C. So what do you think that this is going to do? I mean, obviously it doesn't do anything because there's no data in the table, but the question is, how do we think we execute this plan? And the answer, the kind of cool thing is that since we have this extra information, which is that the primary key contains A and B already, we know that there's an ordering already on the prefix of the ordered columns, which means that we don't have to resort any of this data. And it means that we can sort of only sort the latter half, and we call this a segmented sort. So I think if we run explain, it'll probably, no, wait. Why doesn't this say anything interesting? Oh, it's because there aren't enough. I think I need to have one more column in there, right? Because there can only be one value of C for every value of A and B. So I need to add a fourth column and put a comma in the right spot. Wait a minute, am I getting confused? Is this not right? Because for every value of A and B, we already, I guess what, maybe it's just the idea is like, since a primary index is a unique index, maybe I just need to have an ordinary index. I'm like explaining something that I think is correct and is obviously not. What happens if we just have a non-unique index on this thing? So we have this sort. It doesn't say that it's segmented, but I think like if we say verbose, then you can see that it's got this interesting ordering thing. And I think that what this is saying is that we can do optimizations based on this information. I'm not sure why it doesn't tell us that there's a segmented sort here. Maybe I'm getting some details wrong, but in any case, it doesn't really matter. The point is that we get this ordering from the input of the sort, and we ask for statistics on that set of columns. And even if there's no like sort of previously populated set of statistics for this thing, we're still doing it, and it seems like Gucci, all good, right? So I think we can do that in our example as well. And I guess what we'll want to do is just look up the set of columns in the index, which we should, is it just scan dot calls? Yeah. So we can say our stats is equal to this thing. Guess, what does this also have? Okay. What happens if we get not okay in these situations? Request call stat. I don't know what this is about. I think this is the pattern that we want, basically. I don't exactly get it, to be honest, but... I'm going to be right back. Just give me 1 second. the type bool after the function call was in an interface definition, so it's not really a function call. Ah, that makes sense. Okay. So we get our column stats. And I guess the idea here is that we just want to say call stats.datasize, and this is the thing that we're trying to propagate all the way through. So I guess what we can say is the disk cost is equal to call stats dot data size divided by call stats dot. Where's our row count? Is it just, I thought we had a row count somewhere. It's just row count. So it's this thing divided by the row count times our per row cost. What do we do with this? Wait a minute, what
The
is row
data
count
bank's
here?
too big. I have to narrow down the search.
I'm
How are you gonna do
confused.
that?
By guessing.
Hey, Dialtonian, thanks for the follow. So is the row count here? This is the count of the entire table, right? This is the size of the whole table. Estimated. So where are we like dividing that? We don't seem to have an estimated number of rows that we're gonna find, which I find slightly confusing. I mean, we must. I just like don't see it. What's the deal with that? So out of curiosity, if I say explain opt select star from A where A equals B and A equals 3 and B equals 4. Guess I need to have verbose. How do I get the costs out? Does this include the costs? This includes the costs. The scan has a cost of 5.2. And now let's say I don't have a span at, oh, what's the cost? The cost is also 5.2? Does that make sense? To me, this does not make very much sense. Oh wait, it's because I didn't include, the filters didn't turn into spans for some reason. I don't understand why that would be the case. Oh right, our example is whack. Let me make a new example. Our example didn't have the primary key thing. It's probably just all screwed up. Let's say create table. Let's just do a really, really simple case. A int primary key, B int. So my cost, let's also like insert some data into it. Why not? And we'll run our statistics collection on it. Okay, so now if I say explain opt verbose select star from A, I get a estimated cost of 10,000. And what if I say explain select star from A where A is greater than 0 and A less than some big number? What do I get? I also get 10,000. Here I get 110. Here I get 13. What am I missing? There's obviously some logic here that's doing work to figure this stuff out, and I don't see it. Yeah, guys, I don't know. I feel a little bit lost right now, honestly. I don't understand where that extra stuff comes from. I mean, it's very... Unless it's somehow changing, unless like this per row cost is somehow changing, I feel like that wouldn't make sense. I mean, it definitely isn't, right? The only thing that we're changing in these example queries is like these constraints. This is a constraint that A has to be between 0 and 100. This is a constraint that A has to be between 0 and 10. And like this method here, it takes a table ID, an ordinal, and a number of scanned columns. So it doesn't have anything to do with these constraints at all. And this coster thing, I mean, it's got a memo, but we don't even use the memo, I don't think, in this method really. I mean, we ask for its metadata, we get its table, but we don't look at the constraints, right? We don't do that. So where the heck is that coming from? I feel like this should be super obvious, and yet... Oh, is this count thing? No, this is literally just the number of spans. This is gonna, so a constraint is made up of spans, and in both of these cases, the count of spans is equal to 1. There's a single span. You can see it here. The first span is between 1 and 9. The first span is between 1 and 999. There's this cardinality thing, right? Like, am I just missing? Is there another phase that like combines this stuff with the cardinality or something? Is that what's going on? Or is there like a constraint thing that comes into play? What am I missing? What am I missing? I don't understand this. I know there's this cardinality thing. Are we somehow... This cardinality stuff doesn't even seem to come into play in the coster at all. Unless it's this. Unless this thing that I was saying is wrong. Unless... by the time that we've actually asked for the stats for this expression, we've constrained this number to be something. You know, it's got to be this. It's got to be this. In which case, my calculation is also going to be wrong. Right? Oh, you know what's actually interesting? Maybe the way that I've been thinking about this is all wrong. And since we've probably mutated row count to be what our estimate is, we can also mutate data size to be what our estimate is, and then we can just take it without having to divide or do anything fancy. It's got to be something like that, right? So let's go into the statistics builder file. Is there some sort of like constraint thing? Seems like there is. Build scan. We get statistics, 0 cardinality, blah 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 blah. If the constraints and predicate are nil, this is unconstrained. If the constraints are nil but predicate is not. If the constraint is a single span or is an inverted constraint, apply the constraint selectivity and the partial index predicate to the underlying table stats. Now this is seeming a little bit good. Constrain scan. To calculate the stats for the scan based on the given constraint. Calculate row count and selectivity. Wow, this is some complicated stuff. I've never looked at... Ah. So apply selectivity applies a given selectivity to the statistics. Row count and selectivity are updated. Note that distinct counts, etc. are not updated. I mean, honestly, I think what I can do is literally just change my data size at the same rate, right? This is like the sum of all of the data in a column or a set of columns. And I think if I multiply it by the selectivity, it's also going to sort of trim down the data that we have. So I feel like that's all we have to do. Easy. Union with. I think I have to modify a bunch of this other stuff. There's copy from. Union with. Union with unions a statistics object with another statistics object. It updates the row count and selectivity and represents the result of unioning two relational expressions with the given statistics. Okay. So I think this union is about like union in the SQL sense, I'm pretty sure. It's like taking two things and adding them together. We're just adding the row count. So I think we also just add the data sizes. I think actually we can basically just represent row count and data size. I mean, it does make me think like maybe we should have just put this as an average row size instead of a data size. We would have to do less calculation. It would make things a lot simpler. I don't know. We can always update it later though. Some prints. So I guess back to our coster though. This row count is something. This disk cost is literally just going to be the callstats.data size. So it's really simple. So which is really quite cool, I think. So here we can add our other stuff, return, let's see, base cost dot opaque cost. I guess we have to do base cost dot add opaque, memo dot opaque cost, row count times seek IO cost factor plus per row cost. Here we go with fun conversion issues again. Oh, right. So this thing is a per row cost. I feel like this is a mess. Oh, right. Well, where do we use this per row cost stuff? We use it. I think it makes sense at some level for row scan cost. I'm just struggling to think of whether this method makes sense to return an opaque CPU cost or also include this average row size estimate thing as a disk cost. You know, like here we've decided to, I was thinking of returning this thing as a big old
The
regular
data
memo
bank's too
cost
big.
structure.
I have to narrow down the search.
How are you going to do that?
By guessing.
Yo, Vasvino Gradov, thanks for the follow. But maybe it just doesn't. You know, it's like fundamentally the thing is that like over here, so zigzag join is a operator that it's kind of like a complicated lookup join. It scans back and forth between multiple indexes, seeking for like these little slice of rows that match a bunch of constraints. And the question is like, should this cost method be the one responsible for figuring out the likely number of disk bytes that this will read, or should this row scan cost be the one to do it? I just don't know. I feel like estimating the cost of a zigzag join feels like almost impossible anyway. I don't know. I'm like unsure what to do with this. I mean, that being said, like this is the same thing that we did in our other example, the simpler scan example, which is basically that like our row count here. I mean, we've already, in a sense, like, it's like the statistics builder that's doing this stuff. It's not the coster. So I think in that case, this should really be an opaque cost and we can just move on with our lives. I feel like these conversions, it's just like such a waste of my time to be doing this stuff. Like just the fact that this opaque costing is its own type, I don't know. I just like, the reason that I'm not changing this is that it's just not the code that, this isn't all like my brainchild or something. And I want to be sure that I'm being nice, not just like randomly changing stuff because I feel like it, but I feel uncertain. So, okay, so here, what is happening here? Oh, that's what, right, we can just get rid of this and return base cost. No, this is not going to mutate it. We have to go like this. You know what's really interesting? I wonder if I'm making a big mistake with all of this stuff. You know, because the truth is that we already, this stats, this is already, isn't this already propagated all the way to the top? Like, hold on a minute, wait. When I go to, I feel like I'm just making a big mistake, honestly. Like over here, where I was, this is what we were doing the other day. Do I use any custom key bindings for Vim mode? I do use quite a few custom bindings, but I'm not sure if they're like Vim ones in particular. Or, I mean, one big thing is I have Control N and Control P being switching tabs back and forth, because that's what I'm used to, but I don't know. Yo, I like to moo, what's up? But anyway, so like at this point, this is when I was, you know, asking for the estimated cost of something. I think, don't I also have access to the statistics right here? Which means I have this whole data size thing, and maybe the answer is like I shouldn't be messing with the coster at all, and this has all been like a huge waste of time. I think the answer to that question is yes, this is a huge waste of time, and I really just want to propagate this all in statistics builder and then like call it a day. Which is Goland, yeah, this is Goland. What's Eric.dev, how's it going? Nice to see you. I think that people, I've noticed an interesting split between people who are okay using the JetBrains stuff and who aren't. I guess it feels like impure to people, right, to use this big fat IDE, but it's just so good. I'm like, it's just so good. I don't know. It makes me, it's hard for me to imagine using Vim or VS Code because just like the speed at which a lot of these like find usages stuff goes in Golang versus VS Code is just, to me, it's like uncomparable. I don't know, like hitting GD does find usages. In VS Code, I think it like shells out to the language server and it takes at least like a second, but in Golang it's just instant. For me, that I like it quite a bit, especially in this code base, but I don't know, whatever. I'm not a zealot of any means, so whatever. JetBrains stuff is great, but it's not my Vim. What is that little guy? A Fey Grump. That's a good emoji. What's up, Sundere Tube Worm? Yeah, I agree with that, Eric. But I guess, I mean, I don't feel like that. I guess the question that I was asking is sometimes I feel like people, when they consider using an IDE like this, they're like, do I want to use that? Is it like selling out or something like that? I remember I personally felt like that when I was younger, right? It was my first job out of college. And somebody was like, you're using Java now, you know, you need to be using IntelliJ or something like that. I was like, no, like I'm a Vim user. I will not use IntelliJ. And it turns out that that was like a bad attitude, and IntelliJ is much easier to use for Java than Vim. So I guess what I'm saying is I understand if you feel like that if you're younger, something like that. Vim mainly because it's used. Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, that makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. I think what I'm going to do right now is honestly like stash a bunch of the changes that I've made to the coster, because I don't think that they make, oh my God, this is like a massive, guys, I've made a huge mistake. I've modified way too much code and I'm confused. I should have been making little commits. 6+ month experiment using VS Code. There's a bunch of things I liked about it. Number of users used Eclipse. Yeah, I mean, if you like experimenting with stuff, Eric, I couldn't recommend Golang more because it's got all of the Vim bindings. It's super customizable and it's super fast. So for me, you know, it works really nice. And if you like experimenting, I would recommend giving it a try. You did Java in Vim with headless. Oh yeah, that eclim thing, right? Like that thing is quite epic. I remember some people at my last job like that. Let's like make a little couple of commits or something. Maybe that would make me feel better. So let's make a new branch. We'll call it like, let's call it row data size stats or something. We're gonna do add p. So the first thing that we're gonna make a commit for is the new column that we added to this table statistics system table, I think. Or maybe just like all of this stuff that changes the statistics collectors and stuff to add more information to the statistics, something like that. So this stuff is new versions. We need this. The issue I find is Vim bindings are typically okay-ish. VS Code bindings were just enough where I didn't hate life, but it was missing stuff and the input lag was terrible. Yeah, I get that. I don't know. Well, this is a little bit of a typo in my comments. Let's fix that before we add a commit for it. So dist SQL plan stats. This is not a bytes column at all. It's an int column. Let's ignore this stuff. Shitload of custom stuff in my Vim. Moving into other Vim modes will be harder and impossible. Yeah, I totally get that. Input lag is horrible. Cool Bry, what's up? Yeah, I mean, you guys, like, I'm such a Vim lover too. I love Vim so much. Here's my biggest brag. I try not to brag. I don't have much to brag about, to be perfectly honest. That's the thing. But I'm just so proud of this that I can't help talking about it. Is that so I don't know if you're familiar with the undo history thing in Vim, but that was one of my contributions to Vim. So I did this in Google Summer of Code in 2011. And the idea with undo history, if you're not familiar, is that if you leave Vim, if you write quit, and you've done a bunch of undos and you have your whole undo tree, you write quit and open the file again, is your undo history will still be there. So that was my contribution. I'm super proud of it. And I just say this because I'm trying to say that I love Vim too. I also love Vim. Turns the total size of the data. So we're gonna add, do we add this now? We're gonna skip adding any of these changes to the coster because I think this was where everything went wrong. Statistics builder we will add changes to. So this is also where we don't stage any of the changes to this coster stuff. I think we're just going to stash away all of the changes that we made to the coster. We'll add all this. We'll add all this. We'll add all this. Okay, so I think, and then we also have to add this file, which is the generated code for the protobuf that we changed. So we'll say, let's say SQL work in progress, adding data size to table stats. And then I think, what do we do with this change to the coster, honestly? I'm tempted to just like delete it because I don't even, well, I don't want to do that because what if I need it again? So we'll get rid of this first file because we don't care about it. Let's make a new branch for this stuff. We'll call it like abandoned. Do you guys have a good convention for how to name your branches, by the way? This is something that like, I just feel like I'm just all over the place with it. I have a coworker who puts like the date of a branch right as a prefix, which I think is pretty cool, but I haven't like really gotten into the habit of doing that. So we'll call this coster. We'll call it like multi-dimension coster. So here we'll say git add 1.2, git commit, opt failed, stab at multi-dimensional costs. You do my nickname / branch name, initials branch name, fix or hotfix or pre-feature. Yeah, so like the initials thing I don't need because, well, maybe I do. I feel like most of the branches I have checked out are like random crap that I've got, and all of the ones that are important from the actual repo are sort of named with a convention. So I feel like I don't need the nickname stuff, but I like the idea of fix, hotfix, or feature. I like that choppy. I also like your username there. Yeah, it's an interesting idea. Okay, so coming back to this though, next question I have is, we can thankfully get rid of all of these changes to the coster. That was really starting to get me upset and scared. So I'm glad that we had this. I'm sad that we didn't realize this earlier, to be honest, but like, what are you gonna do, I guess? And I guess the point is that what about this? Oh, it's an L. My bad. Chapel. Okay, it's hard to see. My chat is too small, I guess. I guess what would be a satisfying way to like wrap this stuff up? It's like, what I want is maybe it's sort of like, I think it's that I want data size in this stats output, right? That should be fairly straightforward, because I think I even saw where these things were printed out. Where was that anyway? Was it this?
Data banks.
Jax Pedro, thanks for the follow.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Tsundere Tubeworm, thank you for the follow. It's like bytes red, right? It's basically bytes red. I mean, it's like estimated bytes red. Maybe IO bytes or something. Data banks. You've got quite the emote library there. Scream Kiwi. Okay, so maybe if we run this stuff, I should have just like run a test or something like that, but IO bytes is equal to 0. Well, that's suspicious, isn't it? I think there's probably a bunch of these sort of propagation things that we haven't gotten quite right yet, right? Where do like we sort of make these things fresh exactly? Yeah, I thought it was in Statistics Builder. It's like this scan thing, right? Oh, you know, it's because we didn't run the stats, isn't it? We have this default notion of rows, but we didn't. If we run the stats, I think it should be actually maybe accurate. So if we run analyze A now and then explain, no, we still have the same issue. That's fine.
The computer's hooked into over 1,000 data
Now if we
banks
say
throughout the
select
world.
star from system dot table, no, not select star, select, oh gosh. Oh, you know what it is? It's probably this same. No, this is looking good. So this is our new data in this table statistics table, and we've got this estimated size of 80,000 bytes. So the question is, how come that's not getting propagated upwards, right? Right. Input call stat table. Oh yeah, this stuff. There's just like a lot of this propagation stuff that I don't really understand that's getting like sort of sent upward here. Let's read this carefully. So call.stat_leaf creates a column statistic for a given column set if it doesn't already exist by deriving the statistic from the general statistics. So there's two cases. If the calls are a lax key and if they're not. So if they are a lax key and the distinct count equals the row count, I mean, we don't really care about that. Like a little bit still confused about like where this stuff really gets populated, you know? Like where I don't think that this makes sense, right? This is what we were discussing before. It's like to have like a top level notion. I guess it does make sense. It's a top level notion of the sum of the bytes that this particular expression will return. But what's a little bit confusing is like, what does it mean when we ask for call.leaf and it takes as input this general statistic? That's what I don't really understand. Like this seems to be the very root, right? If we get a scan expression, we run call.table. And what that does is it runs make table statistics. And I think this is something that we populated, right? Yeah. I don't know. I think I need to like consult with some people because I don't really understand what I'm doing here, honestly. I've like gotten a little bit lost. I'm also like, what's the deal with this exactly? Like, how come when you say call.stat for input from input, you run sb.make table statistics twice? Just seems a little bit weird. I don't know. Okay, wait. Call.stat from input retrieves a column statistic from the inputs of a scan, select, or join. The input to the scan is the raw table. Call.stat from input also retrieves a pointer to the full statistics from the relevant input. What does that mean? Oh, it's given a particular column set? Is that what's going on here? I don't know. Just wish I sort of knew the like top level method on this thing, I guess. Like I still am just, I keep finding myself sort of lost in all of these different calls that they're all recursive, right? They sort of all call each other. Just sort of wish I could tell. I also can't help but think that like there's something that I'm doing a little bit wrong, which is like messing with the, like looking at this diagram, you see how it's got like each point in the plan, it has number of rows that it's estimated to return and the number of distinct values of a particular column. The thing that's confusing me is that like the statistics that I was collecting, they don't actually really change. Unlike the row count, which changes as selectivity changes, or the distinct count, which changes as other things change, right? And we add selective operators. The estimated size of each row of a column, like that never changes, unless we did something with histograms, but we're not doing that. And so it sort of feels like the way that the places that I've stored this stuff is just kind of wrong. You know, it's like having that information stored as a sum feels wrong, and having it stored as at the top level also feels wrong. What it really feels like it should do is get stored in these like individual column statistic objects, which they are, right? We are storing them here. And then the question is, when we print this stuff, right? What is it exactly that we should be printing? When we do this, like I feel like this IO bytes thing should really be calculated as the sum of the average column size that we've sort of pre-calculated times this number of rows for each of the columns, and like sum those up or something like that, right? Just I guess what I'm confused about is like, when should we calculate that quantity, right? It's like, it sort of seems like for a lot of these things, they get continually updated on the fly as we make these costing or statistics building decisions. And I just can't really tell if that's something that makes sense. Because I think what's kind of weird about it is that the number of bytes that's read by a scan, that's kind of fixed. And then ideally it like would get propagated all the way up to the top. I don't know. Why is there a horse head on my doorknob? It's a good question, undefined BHVR. What do you think? What's your answer to that question? The Godfather? Oh man, I don't know. Honestly, I'm getting pretty tired. It's been 4.5 hours of thinking about this stuff in a roundabout way. I feel like I should probably give it a rest right about now. One thing is that I was considering, so I have this new setup, which is that my camera is now connected to my computer via USB webcam technology and not via capture card technology. And what that says to me is that I can use the capture card for something else. And so I was considering maybe playing, I don't know if you guys have played this game, Hades. It's on the Switch. It's a pretty cool game. It's like a roguelite game that people have been getting into. So I was thinking of maybe playing a game of Hades on stream. I might do that now. Hades stream pog. So yeah, I think I'm going to do that. I don't know. I think we've made some progress. We've made some thinking. I don't know if we've really gotten that far. I'm a little bit like, so sort of hoping we would get a little bit farther, but things got complicated pretty quick. That's kind of I feel like what happened. Things got really complicated and I didn't really have a good enough plan going into this stuff. But I guess it sort of happens. Successfully avoided the question about the horse head. I don't know. I just have this thing as like a costume, and I think it's funny to put it on in my stream background because people are like, "What the heck? What is the deal with that thing?" I was thinking, you know how you can have these like stream rewards? I was thinking that like I should make a stream reward that's like, you know, has to do programming inside the horse head. I'm just gonna give you guys one for free. I'm just gonna give you guys this one for free. It's because you've earned it, you know? All right. Well, it's been fun, you guys. It's been fun. What is this? Does this sound different to you guys? Because to me, it sounds super different. Like I can't really hear myself normally in this horse head. But I'm not sure if it kind of comes across for you. Yeah. All right. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna switch over to playing some Hades. And if you guys came here for the programming stream, I will not be offended if you have to bounce. But Hades is a pretty fun game. And if you haven't seen it, you might enjoy it, I don't know. So hopefully I can try to do this while in my horse head mask, just because why not, right? Let's see. All I have to do is hit this button. Bam. Hit this button. Okay, this is going to be a major, it's going to be quite, let's see. Look at this, we did it. Can you guys hear the game audio? I can hear it, but I'm not sure if it's coming onto the stream. Okay, sweet. All right. So I don't know if you guys have played this game, but you can sort of pick a weapon. Okay, what do I have? What have I got? Okay, no, I can't really see out of this. I'm gonna stop with the horse head stuff. It's been fun. It's been real. Oh man, okay. I think that would be a good challenge one day, but I'm not quite good enough at this game to do it. You just died to Hades? Oh man, that is a bummer. So the question is, what weapon were you running? I kind of want to do this thing, this like rail gun. I don't know exactly why they have this in this game, to be honest, but it's pretty sweet. How's the like game audio balance, by the way? Like one thing that OBS is doing weird is I can't actually see the game audio mixer for some reason, which is confusing. So yeah, I don't know. Balance seems good. Okay, well, whatever. I want to do either fists or shield or gun. Maybe I'll do fists, actually. Let's do that one. Okay. So we're gonna hit up our Athena pendant. And I think we should do, I'll do the extreme measures one because I want the diamond. I think oh yeah, the magnets. I think I already bought that, right? I just haven't really used it. Yeah, I have it installed. I just haven't like tried it yet. Come back, Skelly. Okay, sweet. All right, so here we go. Here we go for the magnets. We're gonna do the first heat level just because I think
That ought to liven things
I
up.
want another diamond, and it's not so hard to beat the 3 Furies or whatever. Why is this here? This is totally pointless. Hold on, let me get rid of that. Okay.
There must be some unconquerable force of...
If you beat a boss you haven't beaten at a lower heat yet, I don't know. Hopefully you don't waste the, okay, so I've got my Divine Dash, which is truly the dream. We'll take that one.
Heads up.
The fits are pretty good. I mean, the fact that you can like suck them in, yeah, I haven't been really trying that yet. I'll do that. Do that. I feel like I don't understand when to use them situationally. Maybe it's like when they're across a chasm or something. Oh wow. I feel like it does quite a lot of damage. Oh my god, I'm just crushing. This is the thing with phase 1 is it's like so easy. I don't know, you just like do so much damage. I don't even know. Or the whatever you call it. Zone 1, I guess. Oh my god. It's pretty fun. It's a pretty fun weapon. I feel like this is why you gotta up the heat on the on like the, I don't know, enemy difficulty or something, because otherwise it's just like you just crush this first zone. It's like, why? Yeah, zone 3 enemies, I don't even know. They're hard. They're just so beefy. Yeah, also that. Okay, so upgrade my dash. I feel like they give us like too many keys and whatnot. I think that there's like, isn't there like a buff that you can get from the mirror that like fixes that or something? I don't have an intuitive sense of the range of this magnetic thing.
One for the stash.
Do we take Aphrodite or do we alter it? We can buy it. Oops. I mean, I like Aphrodite overall. But maybe I'll just alter it for fun, see what happens.
What else we got?
Okay. Whatever.
Let's go sneak.
Ow. Plus 5% damage for each unique god. I don't remember. I think I do have that one. I have like all of the basic mirror upgrades. I feel like I took way too much damage to that. I like this cast. I'm gonna take this one. I like Athena
Appreciate
cast
the
quite a
backup.
bit. It's so beefy.
Come to me, fishies. You're mine.
A knucklehead.
Knucklehead.
I think that this fishing minigame is really dumb, but it's kind of like, I don't know. I guess it's cute. But it's pretty dumb. I'd rather like a Pokemon minigame. Dude, this magnet fist is out of control. Are you kidding me? Did you see that? Did you see that? That was crazy. I bodied them.
A welcome sight.
Okay, do I do palm or do I do... I think I do this. Because it's going to give me something that's better than just palm,
sir.
right?
Hey, Prince. How go?
You know, it's been all right.
Ah, well.
It gives me money. Well, maybe I should have just gone palm. I don't know.
Say no more.
100 gold.
Cheers, mate.
I'll just come back.
I feel like maybe I should have gone palm. What's the average cost of a palm? It's like 75 or like 125. Can I gift Boldy? I didn't know that I could do that. Oh my god. Dude, it's so fun to magnet the skulls. Are you kidding me? It's amazing. We definitely do chaos here. I don't care about nectar.
Where am I?
Physics never ceases to intrigue me, son of Hades.
Okay, so we get gold plus, gems plus. These all suck, honestly. I think maybe I'll take Atrophic Grasp because I do like the cast on this weapon. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, 40% gold, that's quite a lot. But I also like cast. I think like cast can be high damage. I think I'm gonna do this one.
Power of primordial chaos.
And we'll do... So I think, is this the encounter right before the mini boss? I think we do hard.
She'll keep me going.
Okay, so here we go for the three, what do you call it? Furies here. Let's see how
you
this
two.
goes.
Heads up to Tiffany. I think I found a murderer.
So I guess I'm fighting Tisiphone, and the other two are backups. Is that how this works? If he deflects, he takes absurd damage. Yeah, that's a good point. I probably should have done that more.
The other sister left.
That's such a cool fight.
It seems the Fury failed to do her job.
Well, Father, I'm trespassing through your secret hall and going up.
All
Maybe I
right,
should
taking the
switch.
money.
Might help.
I think I skipped this stuff.
Closer to the surface.
Scary with just dash. Well, that's the thing. I mean, this cast has it, right? The cast has fat damage, and it reflects. I could have done it with the cast. I'm just not used to that fight. There's like so much going on. I was sort of freaking out. I love those stone guys. They're so fun. I don't understand the uppercut though. Like, does it do AoE or not? It's confusing. 125 life. I'll do that. Get my 10 life back.
Transgressions are not tolerated.
The troves? The troves are easy.
Thank you, Father.
You should definitely do them more. I usually don't do them for like gems or whatever, but like for health I always do it because there's almost like no chance that you're gonna like end up with lower health than you started with. Okay, so for Eurydice, right, what's the play? I feel like here I only have like 2 powers, so it's gotta be.
She's always singing.
I think it's gotta be the future one at this point.
So, how?
Curls. Not exactly.
And now he knows I'm out there still.
You mean refreshing nectar? I usually get refreshing nectar. Occasionally I'll do ambrosia if I really like the things that I've got, but in this case I don't think I really need that. Like I only have these 2 things. You've never gotten wrecked. Oh, you're saying that you upgrade. Because I think this gives you 3 rarity points. You know, this only gives you 2. You know what they are, but like I don't think I care enough about these guys. Dash does. So this would become purple, and this one would become brown. I guess is how it would work. Actually, maybe I should do that. Nah. Well, maybe I'll do that because I know exactly what it's gonna happen. I'm gonna try it. Ambrosia.
Sure thing, hon.
So I get divine and phalanx.
Ooh, that's
now what
good.
do I have? It's just like a little bit more damage. I don't know if that was worth it. Whatever.
Till next time. Thanatos?
I don't think I've ever had Thanatos on fire level.
Remember.
Dude, I love the song on Thanatos though.
Let's
Like, are you
go.
kidding me? Where did this come from? It's so good. It's like a little jazzy. like taking damage to the fire all over the place for no reason.
Careful. Over there.
You're clear of them for now. You beat me once again.
I think I took a lot of pointless damage to that.
Moving on.
Is this gonna be barge?
The Mega Gorgon. I'm out. Not yet. My Chaos Boon switched to a new effect.
Yeah, this fight sucks.
Nephew, you procured the rod of fishing, I detect. Fine
Uh-oh.
handiwork, if I say
Are you
so
telling me
myself.
he's gonna give me this
Its
fish
line is
thing?
nigh invisible and causes denizens of my domain to flock.
No, you didn't give me the fish thing. Okay, so special rewards. I guess it's gonna be the special, because I still don't have a special thing. This is actually gonna be a sick combo with the pull away. Right, so it's gonna be like pull in and then everybody gets pushed away. I think that's actually pretty sick.
Stand aside.
Dude, this thing that we pulled them in and then we pushed them away is actually amazing. Or is it? I can't really tell. It's crazy. Whatever happening here is actually crazy. This does feel super busted. But I'm also taking hella damage right now, so I need to pay more attention.
You should have listened.
Say, what happened last time?
Okay, so what do I get? I think this call is terrible. Attack inflicts hangover. I'm not super crazy about, well, maybe this is actually good because I have such a high DPS with the fists, or like I hit a high like attack per second, that maybe this is actually really good on this build. Positive outlook I feel like is pretty good actually. I feel like I have to take Drunken Strike. Positive outlook is too like defensive and lame. So I think I'm gonna do Drunken Strike.
What's on offer?
We'll take the Hydrolite. Ooh, do we do Yarn? Yarn is pretty good. I feel like Yarn is like an always buy, honestly. I'm gonna get it.
I can use this.
Darkness or gems? We'll do the gems. Hammer. I'm curious what the hammer is going to do to this magnet thing, if anything.
See that, Malphon?
Oh my god. Okay. 900% damage to armor? What? Is this because, like... Oh, well, I'm not going to use Dash Strike on this build, honestly. After using your special, deal 90 damage in an area where you land. That seems sick, because I'm just, like, spamming special in this build. Whenever your special... like, ooh, or do we do that? I feel like we do this because Zone 4 and Zone 3, there's so many enemies and we want the health. I'm going to take... This is actually sick, dude. I think it's a lame... I think it's like a bad player's move, but I'm going to do it anyway because I am a bad player, for sure. Alright, let's do some Hydra fights.
Bone Hydra, how can we never talk? Got you.
Oh my god, I'm like, my chair is like sliding out from my butt. I need to fix this situation. Rolling downhill in my own room. I love the Hydra fight. It's so fun. It's like pretty easy and so fun.
Till you reconstitute again. It's brilliant.
Okay, so now that we've... Normally I've been taking this Feather Duster thing because I feel like I can use the extra health in Zone 3, but now that I've got this thing that gives me back 1% of my health when I kill with this special, I feel like that's too much health. Or should I just stay conservative? I don't know. I feel like we just take it anyway, because I don't know, whatever. Can always use the extra.
Onward. Got it.
Yeah, I feel like the zone 3 is the one that it's like, I don't know, kind of unclear. I do tend to just lose health like mad in this
Much nicer climate.
zone.
Got it.
A clam.
Clam.
I love how he just pronounces all those fish names like normal fishes. They're not spelled like normal fishes. Okay, so do we do Aphrodite or Hell? I feel like at this point we sort of want boons, because we don't have very many. This is like a low boon run, honestly. It's really confusing.
More chariots. There.
Dude, this magnetic thing is so good. I can't get over it. It's really quite fun.
Hi, Aphrodite.
What is going on down there, dearest? I thought for certain you would make it out. It seems that nasty place has kept you grounded, hasn't it? But don't despair and
Yeah,
do take heart.
those are fun to deflect. I feel like it's either the call. Aphrodite's call is actually really good. Because of just the raw damage. But then again, maybe I should hold that for a better one, and we'll keep the Death Blast. Hades stream winners POV or Hades stream epic gamers POV. I don't think I get that, but I'll do it. Wait, crap. I almost did it and then I screwed something up. Alright. Your wish is my command. We're gonna do this Death Blast thing. And hold out for a better call. So we've got health and coin. I think we do health again. Like, I sort of like to get 200. I mean, we'll see if I'm a winner. I'm not really sure. I usually die to the last boss in this game. I had to be honest. But this weapon is just so good. I don't even know.
I'm empty. All clear.
Another hammer. We'll take that for sure. Come over here to this bomb area. Dang it. Come over here to this bomb area. These guys are just so beefy. I always am bad at that. Dash strike. dash upper. We'll take the quick cutter. We almost took that the first time.
Yeah, that's it. Yum.
Looking for sandwiches in these pots. Okay, do I take another Aphrodite or do I take an Athena? I think that I take what is Athena's call again? Does it say in this? Athena's call is... Wait, does Athena not have a call? Oh, impervious. Yeah, this is pretty good. I like Athena's call. Maybe I'll go with Athena to see if I can get the call, I guess. I don't know.
You mean to fight with me?
Wouldn't say the twin fit.
I was hungry enough.
Fight's so easy, I don't take damage in this fight. Dash through the charge, I think it doesn't work. You can. You mean his like long charge or his like? I might have just mistaken one of his moves for something else. I guess like I dash through the his like, you know, he does swing and then jump. You dash through the jump. Maybe I accidentally tried to dash through a charge, I don't know.
Olympus, I accept this message.
Okay, replenish Death Defiance, well I haven't used one. Deflect, it deals more damage, I guess. Wait, what? No, this sucks. This is all bad. I guess I have to take Blinding Flash. I feel like I don't use Blinding Flash enough because you have to backstab them, you know? Do I deflect? I guess I'll do blind. I don't know. Dang it, did I just let one come back to life? That sucks. So I guess this uppercut thing doesn't actually have AoE at all. I don't know why I thought I did. It just like would have been nice, but I guess it doesn't really.
Damn it, one's
It's just like when I land, I get a little bit of AoE or something. Yeah, I'm just getting screwed up. That was a terrible fight.
Lots of coin there.
I feel like I'm not even getting that. Health boost. Like, where is that? Whenever your special slays flows, restore 2%. 2% is 4 health. So I should be getting. Maybe I am getting that. I'm just not noticing. I don't know. 4 health per kill. I guess I'll take Eye of Lamia so I can recover health since I'm a little low. And here's, what does this do? This gives death, defiance, recovery. Do I care about Hermes? The consensus is that Hermes sucks. This is just gonna give me more health. Do I take more health or do I take Hermes? I feel like I want to take Hermes, honestly. Because I might get... So this is going to give me 15% to drop health items. I'm too scared. I'm going to take the health.
Thanks to sign it. Yes. You mentioned something of your...
I please, sir.
Your father must have records of the dead.
You've done a lot for me.
I seek one called Achilles.
Patroclus is looking for
famous
Achilles.
once among the living, but among the...
Achilles? I've heard the name before.
It's just, I simply miss him,
Wow.
stranger.
You can't gift him? Sucks to be you, my dude.
Why would you waste a proper...
This eases your burden.
Okay, so do we do palm or do we do heart? I feel like we want palm.
Did Daedalus himself build all of this?
And we'll do... I think we do Tempest Flourish, because this thing is just so sweet.
Zesty.
Now we're like way too full on health, honestly. So
That was 5 seconds, right?
We overdid it on the health. That was a cool fight. Wow, fun. I like when enemies don't have the shields. Makes life a lot better. Chamber 34. Cast does... I feel like I'm going to take this cast thing because I'm going to use it against... You have to read his codex entry? That's super random. I feel like I haven't read any codex entries. Maybe I just like happened to like tab through it or something. What is this pomegranate slice? Does it just give you more sometimes or something?
Boosted.
Oh, it's a random one. Got it. Drunken Strike. Okay.
Here's the fee.
Take this too. This sucks though. I guess I'll take Sure Footing. I don't know. This is bad. Or do I take Holy Shield? I'll take Holy Shield. Alright. First boss fight that's hard.
Hey everyone, I'm back.
Attack us if you...
I think I just dashed through his dash, didn't I?
You have no bearing and no grace or courage.
Ow, 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 ow.
The roaring of the crowd fills me with strength. Stock compared to my superior technique. Gods on high, attend me.
Like, what are you supposed to do there? Sometimes I just get really bad.
Too slow. Cower uncontrollably, you monster. For there's naught else you can do against my
That fight's always hard. It's honestly hard. It's just like intense and difficult. I don't know.
Must be something I can do with this.
Oh no. What's the fan? I feel like I'm missing so much lore. Oh really?
That was
funny.
Elysium.
I'm sad I missed that. I don't think I had gotten the Demeter fight like that before. I think that's the first time I've seen it. Sometimes like the circles that they cast are just like, they're basically undodgeable. I don't know. I guess you have to like scoot out of them in damage boost or something to avoid it. I also hate the Zeus one, because the Zeus one, like his spear gets electrified, you know, so you can't hide directly behind the pole.
Something I can use.
Guess I'll start here.
Maybe this way.
Dude, I'm not doing Anvil again. I did Anvil one time and it got an unfavorable one, and it's like, never again will I do that. Give me these rooms like, the whole time, please. They're so easy. Some rooms in this zone are hard, dude. They're so hard. These guys just screw me up every time. Look at that, I took 1 damage from poison. I think they're because each chamber, like it gives you a little advantage to have like a small, easy chamber, because there's so many effects that are like gain health per chamber, blah, blah, blah. Gain gold per chamber. Oh my god. Where is the...
Okay.
Bro. I always just take these, I try to take the rats super slow. There's no need to rush with that. Yeah, just die to that, please.
There's more.
Okay, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. Hold on, I gotta pee. Okay. We return.
Got to find something for Cerberus.
Do we buy this stuff now or later? I'm never sure. What do we have? We have Hermes and Athena. I feel like we buy it now. We'll buy the palm.
I'll take this one.
Double palm feels good. I think we'll take the cast because I like to use this thing. Do we also take this? Feels like yes.
I bet the Charon has to be the left.
This sucks for sure. Maybe we take numbing. The purpose being that we can numb Hades, maybe? He gets the status effects, I think. They go away when he goes disappear, but, well, is that even that good? 22%? I just think that this is not that good. At all. It's kind of, I'm not sure, is it this one or is it this one, right? I feel like it's the middle. Hangover. I mean, numbing sensation. Okay. Let's go do Hermes.
Here goes.
Okay, time to absolutely die from this stupid laser. Like we do every time. I hate lasers, man. These lasers are so bad. I'm so bad at them. Oh my god, we made it to the end. A 2-room Seder sack.
Express delivered message for you, cuz it says
Flurry cast. Oh man. I think that this is not that good for me because I don't have anything that gives the casts back, but I think this is... I mean, if Flurry cast is just not that good. Yo, what's up, Potato Monsty? Yeah, isn't this a great game? Did you play it before or after it came out as like a real game 1.0? Bonus, this gives me 5 dashes, dude? Or do I take that? Do I take 5 dashes? I feel like I take 5 dashes.
That's goat speed, all right.
Oh my god.
Oh, good. It's still fresh.
This is out of control.
Bit of an aftertaste.
Yeah. Oh my god, I'm so fast. This is like, honestly, out of control. Okay, do I take health or Aphrodite? I feel like I take health. Yeah, the skull thing. Right, yeah, it's all about getting out of the big circle. I agree. Potato Monsty knows his Hades, I feel like.
I'll take it. Just playing with you, boy.
The fearsome Cerberus accepts the satyr sack.
Alright, boys.
I can go.
Let's go! This would be my 4th victory if I can pull it off. But we'll see if I can pull it off. I feel like this build is pretty good, but I don't know. I'm terrible at this fight. Yeah, the Cerberus Vanquish messages are good. I feel like that was like the least good one.
No matter how many times you try, your stubbornness shall get you nowhere with me. Your eyes deceive you, boy.
You know what's interesting is that he doesn't get affected by the magnetic pulse. I guess it involves. Okay, still just get bodied by the. Play around a pillar. That's honestly a good call. The dash thing is actually so good though, because you can just miss the circle. You don't have to have left it. You just damage boost through it, basically. I think I'm just gonna kill him with cast. Just play it super safe. Probably like really boring to watch. Okay, I gotta go. Had to take a shot.
I think not. Deathless wretches, I compel you to fight.
Ow! I don't know what that was, but it's so bad.
Not yet. Darkness.
I can't.
Beware, boy.
Not now.
You brought this on yourself. Darkness.
Dude, the 5 dashes are so OP. Are you kidding me? I'm just like missing everything. Ow. Never talk. How about never talk is a strategy?
You're bleeding, boy.
How about never talk as a strategy? Alright, I feel like I'm in a pretty good spot if I can just play carefully.
Blasted little.
Did I not get a call this game? Wasn't paying attention. I looked away.
Finished.
Don't do that.
Bro! Oh my god! This always happens. Like this game, you're all calm, and then you have to stop being calm. Yeah, you gotta clear the skulls, I guess.
This is for your own good.
I'm empty.
Why did I do that? I was safe behind the pole and I got freaked out.
Not yet persuaded to go back, I see.
Not again.
No,
trapped.
my dude.
Now this.
I think I'll be fine if I can be careful. That was really close.
No.
This is, I mean, this build is definitely like, what the fuck? Easy mode for this fight, but like I still am so bad at this fight that it was nearly impossible anyway.
Escape. Not unless
Like the 5 dashes and the cast, I just like didn't have to go in at all, and I still like lost all of my death and time. I don't know. How do you get good at this game? At this fight in particular? I don't get it.
In the name of Hades.
Well, GG's. Yeah, exactly. I think that's what happened there. I feel like this... I got like weak boons overall, I want to say. Like I didn't upgrade stuff. I think Tempest Flourish was really good. Yeah, Streak of 2, baby. I think that the Fury's Heat is like a giveaway, honestly. You should just, I feel like you should just play with that on always. It's like more fun and it's just not that hard. I think I've heard that the other boss heats are pretty easy too. Or like I think the Hydra one is not so bad. And I think it's like a faster fight. I was reading some article about like their speed runs or something. I haven't watched a speed run yet, but I was reading an article about it. Anyway, okay. My mama.
This can unlock a hidden aspect of my weapons.
Yeah, I mean, like I think that's just like it's an easy heat to take, right? Doesn't make the enemies in zone 3 or 4 harder. This is what I'm saying about Hermes though, null bitmap. Like this Hermes shit was overpowered for sure.
Ah, you're back.
I'm back, Mother.
Yeah, no, same. It's hard to stop after just one run.
So good to see you again, Zagreus. Since last you left, I couldn't help but think the worst about what happened after I had left. Or soon before. You mentioned Nyx. You don't suppose that she and Hades...
I just don't think that can be. Though let me ask you...
Yes. I knew them long enough to have decided yes, that they were trustworthy.
Especially since neither of them is being forthcoming with me even now, right? And yet, I have this feeling something else is going on, Mother. The way that Father speaks of you, the way Nyx speaks of you, I think they care for you.
Well, they have a funny way of showing
wow,
it,
the flowers effect.
Your father, so... You have to get through him each time you visit me?
Yes, Persephone.
I do. Mother, what if Father thinks that he's protecting you? Have you considered that?
Protecting me? Why, Zag...
Well, you're from Olympus, aren't you? But the gods... No.
What? How would you know something like that?
Taken by the sticks.
I won't be long. Hold that thought, Mother.
Natural causes got you again, huh? That's a real shame. I mean, imagine one day...
No.
You asked I train him, Master. Prepare him for life's labors. You ordered it. Now you admonish me.
Be careful of your tone and temper, Shade. You are in mine.
What would you have me do?
I shall be giving it some thought. Until then...
Achilles. Hope Orpheus is okay.
Oh yeah, so this stuff. What do I get? I've got these gems, I've got these diamonds. These all seem pretty good. I feel like plus 20 gold. If I get a nectar chamber, I get a random palm. That actually seems pretty sick. I think that makes sense. I've been doing Achilles just like randomly. I don't know. And then I'm doing Meg because like, come on. She's got a good voice. Ooh, this is good. So if you take a key, it gives you an extra random fixer thing. I don't know. What's the right thing to get here? They're all like pretty good. I feel like I'll take this one. Darkness is... Yeah, I mean, I was thinking that, but it's like so little health. Like +5 health is not that good. Whereas a palm or a random reroll, they're both like really strong. 5 health like is nothing, I feel. I'll go with the palm.
This one, contractor. Not to make the underworld a better place, I think.
It's you. You took Lord Hades down. You really did. I've never seen him quite like this before.
Seemed only fair in the grand scheme of things. He slew his own.
Come on, Zag. Take some credit where it's due.
I'm planning to.
I like his like green color scheme. He teleports away and stuff.
Here's what I caught. Pleasure doing business.
The record hall? This thing? You can look at your stats and stuff. Is that what you're talking about?
How's everybody doing? All right.
You have to buy it, Potato. It costs like 2 diamonds, I think.
Within the recesses of the administrative chamber lies the elder sigil of the Master's house, a symbol of the fate given authority to rule beneath the earth.
Could never get that blasted thing to work for me.
Yeah, this seems like something that you should be able to use.
Everybody hanging in there, I take it?
They're like, no. I mean, they're enslaved eternally. Wish I could go in here. There's the water cooler. It's pretty funny.
Not thirsty.
Oh, how could he? You.
How is she, child? Queen Persephone, I mean. Has she been well up there in her abode? What is it like?
Going to bed usually doesn't do anything, but there's a few like
She's doing
flashbacks
well,
that I've
I
gotten
think.
so far.
It's nice to visit her. Her residence is beautiful, a little.
That sounds quite pleasant.
They are.
Who should I gift? Achilles is gone. I sort of want to finish gifting Achilles, but he's not here. I've gotten 2 flashbacks. I think you need the second flashback to open that room that I was just in, actually. So keep playing. Sorry for the spoilers.
I can do anything. I'm wide awake.
Check out this. You can buy this lyre.
Yuck.
A master musician. I think there's something about like you can learn to play this thing if you talk to Orpheus enough or something, but it hasn't happened to me yet. Ah.
Where's our court musician?
I guess I'll gift. Nyx.
You honor me, my child, although I dread that I am not deserving of such generosity.
Be that as it may, Nick.
Yeah, you can definitely get him to sing again. Definitely. All right, I think I'm gonna call it. I think I want to end on the high note there, and it's just about to be 6 hours since I've been streaming. Holy crap, that's like way too much. So I think I'm gonna bounce. But thanks for stopping in, you guys. It was good to chat with you. Good to play games with you. Maybe I'll try to do another stream this weekend sometime. I don't know. We'll see. But thanks again. Wait a minute. Who should I raid? Who should I raid? Who should I raid? Who should I raid? Who should I raid with my 13 viewers? We gotta send somebody a little raid notification. Do we send our boy DeWild Grim a raid? Oh, you know what we should do? Here's what we're gonna do. Null bitmap, stick around for a hot second. You see this? We're gonna raid Mega Scott. All right. Say hello. See you guys later.
I guess I should change the